Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the first meeting of 2023. I will call the meeting to order Tuesday, January 10th, 5:30, and ask the city clerk to establish a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Barton has not joined us quite yet. Councilmember Edwards?
Good evening.
Here. Councilmember Ford?
Here.
Councilmember Landrum?
Here.
And Mayor Wixom.
Here. Thank you. At this moment, at this time, I'd like to take a moment of silence so that we can reflect and share some personal time for our past week and our new year. Thank you. Thank you, and if we can move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, everyone. Closed session report. Is the city attorney on the line?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. There's no closed session items to report.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll move into, is that me? Somebody? Excuse me. At this time, we'll move into Mayor and council comments, and if you don't mind this evening, I'd like to kick it off with a couple business items. One item would be that this evening, due to the weather situation, asking our applicants for the advisory boards to come this evening seemed that it might be a little challenging, so we have removed that this evening, and we will be moving it to a future date, most likely on January 24th. We will be holding the advisory appointment session then. I'd like to start by thanking everybody. There's a lot of thank yous in this room. One to this community for just a stellar job, everybody participating and helping their neighbors the last few days. Really amazing. I had the opportunity to drive through the community with the fire marshal the night of our largest night of our event, and many of the neighbors were looking out for each other, and it was just a great thing to see. That's why we live here. I want to thank our staff, amazing staff, our public safety, our community services departments, our volunteers were out all night at the Del Mar School where we set up a shelter. Councilmember Ford and Councilmember Landrum both served out there along with the police volunteer, and up at the community center where we rotated many volunteers through for the night, including department heads. So thank you all for what you did. I really appreciate it, and it's going to be ongoing. I think we have a lot of cleanup. So I'll pass it on to the other council members. Councilmember Ford, you want to start?
I'm going to keep it brief tonight. I want to echo what Mayor Wixom just, her sentiments. It's been a long week, and last night was even longer, and there was a lot of loss, life lost. There were properties damaged. There's people that have been displaced from their homes. It was a challenge, but I feel as though our staff and our service members, our safety service members, we're working so hard to do all that they could to keep us safe, and I just want to thank them again, and along with the volunteers. I want to let everyone know that we are continuing to keep the community center open for shelter tonight if it's needed. That's located on Kennedy Way, so if you need somewhere warm to sleep tonight, water and food, that will be available this evening. And that's all I have for today.
I'd like to also add to thank the maintenance workers who are out there making endless loops around town, picking up debris, fallen trees, you name it, moving stuff from the storm drains. They are truly some of our unsung heroes out there during times like this. I want to also add to a different announcement here, kind of switching gears. As a former chamber chair in 2016, I was proud to be a part of a historical event that led to 10,000 visitors here in our community as the San Salvador docked in our harbor. I'm proud to say that incredible effort put forth by our Maritime Museum, the San Salvador, will be returning back to us this summer from August 7th through the 21st. Locals and visitors alike will be able to experience our discovery in 1542 as you board this incredible ship. So another opportunity for something to look forward to here right now. Also, during my campaign, I spoke about the overarching voice I heard throughout the community was the desire for a greater opportunity to be heard by city leadership. With the support of this council and most of the staff that I've spoken with, we will be bringing forward some guidelines for the community to organize and create what will be called the Neighborhood Listening Group Program. Our hope is to increase and diversify community engagement through solution-oriented discourse. Our 6 designated neighborhoods, including mobile parks, will have the opportunity to listen and be heard by council members and staff throughout the year. I believe that we're small enough. We showed that last night. We are small but mighty. And I believe that we can, along with our neighbors, assist us in meeting our goals in a more inclusive way. If you're interested to know more about it or want to be a part of the Neighborhood Listening Program, you are more than welcome to reach out to me or Council Member Landrum, and we will soon have more details to come.
Okay. Oh, there it goes. Okay, great. I would have to agree with the level of community, the desire to help those in need, to just amazing to see how much has happened here and how much the community is supporting each other. I visited at the community center this morning and dropped off some goodies there for people to have, and I was just amazed that there were still some people there. Others had left. There was a volunteer there. It was just a great supportive situation. So we have lots and lots to look forward to, I think, in how we come back from this and how we find additional support for our community, because I think we all know when we look around that there's lots of things are broken now, and so it will be helpful to be able to find grants from federal and state agencies and all the things that go into coming back from a situation like this. So I'm very proud of our community for how they're handling it, both staff and the residents.
I just want to echo what everyone else has said, that I'm so proud of our staff, our first responders, the police department, the fire department were just amazing. Also, I do have to give a shout out to Mayor Wixom, who I personally watched stay, up and engaged and involved, and really, it's such a good sign, I think, for the future of Morro Bay. That was a great precedent to set.
Mayor Wixom, may I add one more thing to my comment? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barton brought up something that triggered. I want to let our folks know out there that if you had any damage to your property, your home, your business, that the County of SLO is asking that you go to readyslo.org, READYSLO.org. And once you're there, click on the tab that says Recover. And then from there, you will go to the Storm Recovery tab, and then you will you can fill out a current emergency information form, and this information is gathered by our county so that they can request FEMA funds. And so it's really important that we gather as much of this information so that it can help our county get as much as possible and as quickly as possible. So again, you start at readyslo.org and then follow the cues from there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, council members. And before I turn it over to the city manager, I do have one more item that I'd like to share. And this will be on because of the storm surge. The staff is requesting an emergency agenda item on the local emergency level to be added to the agenda tonight, and that will be before the consent calendar. So when we get to that proposed agenda, the first order of business will be to vote on necessary findings to add the emergency item to the agenda, and we will have public comment available during those two items. City Manager, Mr. Collins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. Scott Collins, City Manager, and just give a brief kind of overview of the storm event and how we responded as a city and community, and then that'll lead in later to the discussion of the emergency declaration. So I think everybody's here knows what happened. So very briefly, we had historic event, about 5 inches of rain in 6 hours in our watershed, which was already full from a month of storms. I know we were parched from 3 years of significant drought. So maybe one silver lining is we may be looking at a different drought situation, but it was a lot of water coming through a very narrow channel. Widespread flooding impacted homes, businesses, roads, city infrastructure. We all saw the carnage in the videos and photos that our friends were sending around on social media. Morrow Creek levels peaked over 14 feet at the gauge. 8 feet is a flooding level. So that tells you all you need to know about how much water was kind of zoomed into our community, and it just kind of took over. Streets turned into lakes, and a lot of damage done, and we feel horrible for those who have been impacted, those who've lose their homes, individual lost their life. It's a tragedy, but as all 5 of you up there have said, the community rose up to help support each other, volunteering, staff going out of their way to work over the entire course of the evening. We declared a local state of emergency and triggered our emergency operations center yesterday around midday after we were flooded with calls. I was in the fire station. I've never seen so many calls all at once. I had every single director talking to me at once about the issues that they were experiencing with their lines of business. So we were fortunate to have established that emergency on top of the state emergency blanketed by the governor, and then FEMA added this SLO County to its list of those under emergency. We established 2 evacuation shelters because the city was literally cut in half. Through quick thinking of a lot of different folks, we were able to get Del Mar School to set up one for the north side of town and then a community center for the south side of town. We had volunteers, staff ready to help. We had Albertson donating drinks and food to the city to help with that. People doing outreach to those who had to be evacuated. Just flooding all over the place, and we had road closures. You couldn't get in, you couldn't get out of the city, but again, we all took care of each other. Quick update: right now, the road closures include Highway 41 and State Park Road, I should say. South Bay Boulevard is now open. Highway 1 in both directions. We have power back on to most of our homes. There was a moment in time yesterday where we might have lost power to Morro Bay for 2 weeks. And were it not for the quick thinking of our fire chief and fire marshal in helping service pumps to get water out of the substation, we may be out of power for 2 weeks. No community can operate for that long without power. So thank you, Chief McCrane. Thank you, Fire Division Chief Matt Vieira, for their quick thinking on that. And there were numerous cases where that was happening in Public Works and police just flying all over the place trying to make things happen. We're lean and mean, but we mean business, and appreciate every single one of you up there who were volunteering. You're making calls to people, just serving our community in any way you could, and getting information out to folks. So we're in the cleanup stages now. A lot going on. Trees down, as there was mentioned, debris, flooded out cars, road clearing needed. A lot of city infrastructure has been significantly impacted. Again, we had a declaration of emergency. We're going to lean on that heavily and make sure that we get reimbursed for the damage that has been done by this storm. I want to thank all the city staff. Just too many names. Every single person that works for the city was involved. Rescues, flood reduction efforts, and now we're in that, again, stage of assessing what's going on. Scott Graham's team has gone out and looked at the buildings in the flooded areas for determining if they can be habitable, what needs to be done to get them up and ready again, and is going to make every effort to get people back in their homes as quickly as possible. Want to thank the volunteers, police department, CERT, Monday Night Dinner team, who still operated here last night, even with all what was going on, and served those who have lower means in our community. Several hoteliers stepped up and offered significantly reduced rates for those stranded in Morro Bay. And thank you, Chamber and Visit Morro Bay, for making that happen. And again, Albertsons for donating food. And again, the 5 of you for volunteering in every way you could to help us be successful. And a lot of work to go from this point. Some lessons learned, obviously, and how we want to approach the next one like this. But all being said and done, I think we did pretty well, and a lot of more work to go from here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. And did we want to segue into our presentation, or would you like to wait? Ready?
Yeah, President.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. So police chief retires, let's see, 10 days before a historic rain event.
Just in time theory.
Yeah. Fascinating. No, I'm not going to do a roast. I promised him I wouldn't do that. So, but we are here tonight. We were going to thank Mr. Eric Endersby, but he rightfully, the moment he could get out, he did, and is in New Zealand. Apparently, there's big storms in New Zealand too, so he couldn't get away from that. But we are here to thank former police chief Jody Cox for his tremendous service to our community for the last 10 years. Just too many accolades to list all here at once, but I will do my best to read this whereas statements for Mr. Cox, who is now Citizen Cox. Whereas Police Chief Jody Cox began his public safety career at the Tulare County Sheriff's Department in April 1988 as deputy, and whereas Chief Cox moved to the Tulare Police Department in May 1990, where he worked as an officer when I was 12 years old. And whereas Chief Cox moved to the Tulare Sheriff's Department until October 1995, and whereas Chief Cox worked in Ag Crimes Detective Unit, SWAT, Homicide Sergeant, and many other roles and responsibilities, and whereas Chief Cox began his career with the City of Morro Bay as Sergeant in 2012, and whereas Chief progressed in his career with the City of Morro Bay and was appointed Police Chief in 2018, whereas Chief Cox has developed numerous department community outreach programs, bringing the police department into the community, forging a lasting partnership with the community with programs such as Neighborhood Cop Program, Chiefs Advisory Committee, Citizens Police Academy, and Faith in Blue Weekend. And whereas Chief Cox has participated in and taken leadership roles of numerous professional and community service activities, including Morro Bay Rotary, San Luis Obispo County Suicide Prevention Council, and the Morro Bay Car Show. And whereas Chief Cox has developed future leaders in the community and within the profession of law enforcement, placing unyielding emphasis on representing the agency, the community, and oneself at the highest level of ethics and professionalism. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Morro Bay here honors and recognizes Police Chief Jody Cox for his service to and the leadership and management of the Morro Bay Police Department for the last 10 years and the last 35 years in law enforcement. And be it further resolved that Morro Bay City Council extends its appreciation, as does the city manager and all the staff and everyone you've touched in this community, Jody, for all you've done for the many years of professional service to the city of Morro Bay, and it offers its best wishes and many warm sunsets.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mayor, Council, City staff. What a ride it's been. I'll just keep this brief. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve this community. The events over the past couple of days shows you the quality of the people, not only in this community, but that work here, that serve here. And that's why it's been such a privilege, such an honor to work here and serve here and to live here. I just look forward to serving in a little different role now. I'll still be here, and I look forward to it. We've put such an amazing team together at the PD, and Scott overall as our public safety team and public works team. I was very proud to serve alongside of them underneath his direction. I look forward to seeing what the rest of you do and what this new council does moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Cox, and I look forward to seeing you over in the neighborhood. Before we begin public comment in just a minute, I also wanted to reach out to see if there was any comments that wanted to be shared from the fire chief or the police chief at this time.
Comments regarding Chief Cox or just the emergency?
The emergency, I'm
situation?
sorry.
Okay.
I should have been,
apologize.
we could talk about
We
Chief Cox all
transitioned
night.
a little bit. I wasn't quite sure. No, just certainly with the opening of the EOC and when this hit yesterday, it only took about 40 minutes for Main Street to really rise to the level of flooding. And when I arrived on scene, the officers were already in full action, as well as Public Works and the fire department, and did their very best to direct traffic in a very chaotic situation, understanding that a large portion of our duty at that time was on the Highway 1, which is a Caltrans right-of-way, and so to step in not only for Caltrans but also California Highway Patrol. The officers did a wonderful job trying to direct traffic in a very difficult situation, maintain their cool and professionalism, and try to get people, more importantly, home or to a location that was safe. In situations like that, it's not always easy to get people where they need to be, because when safety is number one, sometimes it keeps you from passing impassable locations. So wanted to certainly thank the people who listened and cooperated with law enforcement. We were certainly there to make sure everybody was safe first and foremost, and I was very proud of the men and women of the department, the police department, but also in working in collaboration with all the city services. I truly believe at this point, looking back just over the last 12 hours, it was a success.
Good evening, and I just wanted to say thank you to the incredible city staff. Everybody rose to the occasion, did an excellent job coming together, directing resources, and trying to meet the needs of the community. Fire department personnel were incredibly busy. We ran 43 incidents since yesterday morning. We did up staff. We had 6 firefighters on duty, able to split onto 3 apparatus to move around and try to make things happen. With that being said, the community was really supportive, receptive to instructions to try to help get out of harm's way, and came together to provide resources as well. So it was definitely a community event. We all rose together and helped each other out. Thank you to the council for being supportive, providing direction and support with us as well. And that's all I have.
Mayor, if I may, thanks to rec staff for helping get the community center set up for the evacuation center, and also the harbor staff for keeping us safe, our community safe on the ocean side. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and yes, thank you to Mr. Carmichael and his staff, and also to the Harbor Department. Those waves were breaking pretty high down there. At this point, we're going to open public comment. I do have some speaker slips. Thank you for those of you who did them. Please don't feel that it's required, and we will go to those, since we are hybrid, after these comments. So first up is Joan Barrick. Eric Barrick? Thank you, Joan.
Hello, I'm Joan Barrick. I'm a 6.5-year resident here in Morro Bay, and I'm here as a private citizen. Many Morro Bay and Estero Bay residents await the release of the environmental impact report from Vistra regarding the battery storage project. It was expected to be released in early year now, but I hear that it will probably be pushed back to sometime in the springtime. I was surprised by that and looked into why the delay, and was told it was because Vistra has not resubmitted data required for that report. I was surprised because my understanding from Vistra is they really wanted this to move forward quickly, that there was a time urgency to getting all this done. Meanwhile, Morro Bay, Estero Bay has a citizens group who's watching this whole issue, very concerned about the issue. We oppose the project on the grounds of public safety, wildlife and habitat endangerment. And we raise the issue now because we want you to know that as citizens, we have not gone dark on this issue. Even though Vistra seems to have been, we are not. And we want to make sure you understand that this is an important concern of ours. And we're talking about public safety from this storm. There are other issues of public safety related to this project that we want to be front and center for the city council and mayor. So thank you very much.
Thank you very
I
much.
didn't know if you had any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Martiny.
Good evening, Bill Martiny, City Council. First off, I want to congratulate the new City Council and all the work over this storm. I've heard the different members are out there with the fire department and police department. We had an issue down at, the old grocery store, Gilbert's Market, where the power came down. I called 911. 5 minutes later, the fire department was there. It was amazing, the response in all the chaos. So I just, again, congratulations, thank for your effort, and the police department and all involved. So I just first off wanted to thank all the responders. The harbor itself was crazy. It looked like you go surfing out there. We had a boat break next door to us, break into our marina. The boat to the north, the mast snapped. So, I mean, it was not just the land, but the bay itself, and the harbor patrol was out there almost like doing donuts, so it was kind of a win-win, and just really appreciated. I wanted to bring up the subject. The last city council, right 2 weeks before their term expired or thereabouts, passed a height increase on the downtown area to 37 feet. I think it probably should be re-looked at. I think when you have kind of a lame duck city council, that may have been best to have been left to the current city council to decide, since it's such a huge issue. And I would like to see if there's a chance, future agenda item, to reapproach and relook at the 30-foot height limit. I think it will keep the character of the downtown area, and it will still not stop development. 30 foot is extremely tall. 37, I think, is just out of character of Morro Bay. The other thing is, when I attended the Vistra meeting on the battery plant, I was a little confused. They had a diagram showing there are 23 acres, and the buildings on that diagram took up about 2/3 of the diagram. And I was told that the buildings are approximately 100,000 square feet, and that's my question, the size of the proposed buildings, because 100,000 square feet is about 2.5 acres. If that's the footprint of their buildings, it doesn't require 23 acres. And if that's incorrect, then it means like you're going to have 15 acres of buildings according to their diagram on a 23-acre site. There is much better locations than right in this flood zone, tsunami zone. Tri-W property is one that I bring up because 150 acres is inside the city limits. They have 400 out, and you might look at that location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up will be Sharon O'Leary.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council and staff. I'm here tonight to do a bit of a reminder of what we've been doing out in the community, reflect a little bit how some of this activity came up last night. We were able to step up and help. I represent Morro Bay in the Estero Bay Are You OK program, which is a 24-hour, 7 days a week telephone number that I carry for any kind of emergencies. We were able to do fielding of quite a few calls. This month will be our 114th meeting of EBAC, the Estero Bay Alliance for Care, which is a monthly meeting with City Council and Police Department, where we discuss issues of interest in the community by certain agencies that are active in the community. Last night at the Morro Bay Community Dinner, we've served to date 30,400 meals, and we were able to deliver 25 hot meals up to the community center last night. So we have been serving community dinners every Monday for 9.5 years now. Now, when we do the community dinners down here every Monday night, it's also a food bank, which is one group. Another group is the community dinner, and then outreach by your service office, the Community Resource Connection Office, which involves case management. So those 3 programs have been in effect for, it'll be 10 years actually in June. Along the way, we partnered with Los Osos Cares, a big nonprofit in Los Osos, and we've managed to get a grant for some of our support services. We also partnered with Food Bank Coalition and established some distribution sites that are really effective. And those are the places where we do outreach. Outreach for us is distributing that community resource list and answering questions and inquiries and that kind of stuff. But I'm here tonight after reflecting on the events of yesterday. We just sailed through in terms of what we do down here, but we were available to both the folks, Zara and Jen up at the multipurpose room at Del Mar, and the folks at the community center as well for anything they needed. But I'm here tonight to remind all of us that it's time to get CHC back in town. They were to come to City Council 3 years ago with the plan, and then we've had a couple of changes. They've not returned with the plan to return to Morro Bay. So the effect of their being gone is that we've got to travel 25 miles for a 15-minute appointment, which has caused all kinds of consternation in the in-need community. Now, the in-need community in Morro Bay, if we look at the poverty map, which is supplied by San Luis Food Bank Coalition and Cal Poly, 1/3 of Morro Bay lives within the 3 levels of poverty. So again, CHC back to Morro Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Terry Simmons.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Simons, longtime resident of Morro Bay and even longer resident of the County of San Luis Obispo. And this event that we've just gone through the last couple of days is not my first rodeo. I've been here through the 200-year storms that affected San Luis Obispo. In fact, I canoed down Higuera Street in my youth. so I'm well aware of what nature can do for us. I'm so aware of it that I have tried to preemptively alert staff to a serious public health, safety, and welfare issue. For the last 2 years, I've been trying to work with the planning department to get appropriate permits to clear out the creekway at 399 Quintana. The most recent meeting I had was with the city manager and the planning director, in which I was assured we'd be able to move forward and get what we needed to do to clear out the creekway so that it would not, number one, be a safety hazard, and number two, be more available for the police department that's been ready, willing, and able to help us move out the homeless encampment that has sprung up there because they're shielded by the heavy overgrowth along the creek. I will say that prior Chief Cox and new Chief Watkins have been extremely supportive in our efforts to try to help the homeless, not evict them per se, but help the homeless for their own protection. This last storm, if you've been down to that location, there is a major throughput of water that comes down off of the highway and off of the mountains behind the other side of 101, flows through this channel and right up against the building where Couch Potatoes warehouse is. That building is the entry point of a large underground culvert that runs under multiple buildings for about 800 feet and empties out in behind the Loomis area. Just so happens that's also the major area of flooding that occurred during this last storm. I visited the site today and noticed that there is a massive pile of debris blocking the exit of that drainage way. I have some experience with this. A number of years ago, I took a contract with Caltrans in the city of San Luis Obispo to clear out a undercrossing, and in the middle of that undercrossing, we found a body that was in a sleeping bag of a homeless person that had gotten stuffed into the clean out. This has been an ongoing concern of mine about the homeless living in this creekway. I've made this very clear to planning and to administration and to the fire department. I've also tried to alert planning to the fact that the $1,700 permit that we've asked for is in excess of what is required. In fact, planning has come back to us with an environmental maze that, when it's all said and done, it approaches $30,000. But the governor has said that those kinds of environmental constraints are to be overridden for public safety and emergency drainage. So I would hope that you would direct staff to come back to us and start working to solve this problem. We need to clear that drainage way. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Public comments open for those who did not turn in speaker slips.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and like Bill said, congratulations for getting on our council. It's nice to see new faces. My name is Paul Donnelly, a resident homeowner ratepayer here in Morro Bay. And, I want to talk a little bit about yesterday's event. I don't know if any of you were around on March 10th, 1995. Yesterday was at par with that. That day it rained 8 inches. I'll never forget that day. Same thing happened where this part of town was isolated. You couldn't get out. So a little feedback yesterday. Yesterday afternoon I was going to go to North Morro Bay. I couldn't get out at the freeway at the roundabout. So like everyone else, I followed them down Quintana Road to Maine, turned right, and just to find out they were Ken Vesterville was down there turning everybody around down there at the freeway. And it seems to me that that's what they could have done better is to, when the minute the on-ramp at the roundabout was closed, simultaneously you stop the traffic at Maine and Quintana, so that wouldn't have happened. Like someone said, I think Chief Watkins says it was chaos. It certainly was. And people were like, they didn't realize that you had a turn and going back, and then cars coming down Main Street were getting in the mix too. It seems like we could have been maybe let up on the on-ramp and got off back at Morro Bay Boulevard to alleviate some of that flow. But it should have been stopped immediately the minute you close the on-ramps at the roundabout on the freeway. One other thing, there's another date. Exactly 10 years ago today, The California Coastal Commission denied the city's permit to build the sewer plant at currently the existing location. It's been 10 years. Since that time, I've been on all the committees that were part of this. And it was originally sold to us and the agencies as the Water Reclamation Facility, but now they've dropped that name. It doesn't say reclamation anymore. I have no idea what it is. But as far as the contract to do the pipeline part that Anvil's doing, they were given a notice to proceed December 14, 2020, given 435 days to complete the work. Today is 757 days of that contract. So the red flag should go up saying there may be a problem here, something wasn't managed properly, or whatever it is that got us into this huge delay, and they're still not done. If you could look around, there's still the bypass line going down to Lift Station 3. There's unfinished work all over the place, and of course now it's rained on top of it. If they had completed when they were supposed to, you probably wouldn't have compounded yesterday's problem with the project that's still underway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Nancy Best, and I'm a longtime resident of Morro Bay. My welcome to you all. I want to say thank you all for being up there. I've never had the courage to try. I know it's a hard job for an altruistic person, and you have my gratitude. I have a wish list of New Year's resolutions, some easy and some harder, that only you, dear Mayor and council members, have the power to make come true. Number 1, repave Quintana Road ASAP from end to end. 2, return council meetings time to 6 p.m. so we can have dinner and working people will be more inclined to attend. Meeting at 5:30 was a special dispensation for council member Addis. 3, give the audience back the public use of the overhead camera for speakers' illustrations. A picture is worth 1,000 words. 4, during the tenure of the previous 2 mayors, very few items were agendized under Section B, public hearings, but instead improperly placed under Section 3, business, which is for projects in progress. Other public interest issues, new public interest issues, were placed under Section A, consent calendar, for which there is no discussion, but requires merely a council yes or no vote. These placements on the agenda help to create the secrecy that plagues the community's sense of not being informed, and the behind closed door secrecy that allowed certain council members to obligate the city, that's us, in binding documents, memorandums of understanding, to change zoning to facilitate major city development for 2 different applicants. Please return to placing items on the agenda for maximum public participation. Stop the misused and abused policy of allowing administrative permits for major development, which has essentially created a pay-to-play city government. The appropriate use of administrative permits is for no or low impact activity like fences, minor repairs or changes, etc. Demolition of a house for new construction should never be issued on a secretive administration permit when free public discussion is part of the process rather than a neighbor required to pay $325 to appeal, a clear deterrent to free speech. Thank you very much. I have more, but those will come later. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Hi, my name is Dan Sedley. Probably most of you know me. I want to welcome the new council. I appreciate your willingness to serve. And you've proven yourselves up to the task here at the past week. I thank you for that. In regards to the first responders and everybody that put forth their time, labor, and tears and what have you, I appreciate them all. There was one issue that didn't get brought up that probably Mr. Collins knows who is responsible to the party I want to compliment, is the party that does the Hot Topics. If you're not aware of it, the Hot Topics is something you can sign up on the city website, and it notifies you of all the stuff going on in the city. But the Hot Topics is for emergencies like this, and it tells you, hey, we've declared a state of emergency. We're advising you to shelter in place, or PG&E has turned off the electricity. We don't know when it's going to be turned back on. But it tells you all the stuff that they know, and it's good information. And if you are not signed up for it, you should. But my compliments to those that produced that, Mr. Collins. In regards to Chief Cox, he's been a chief through many hard times, and he has risen. His professionalism has risen to the top, in my opinion. I'm a retired peace officer, and I've seen many styles of management and administration. Mr. Cox was our chief during the defund the police movement, and he arranged all of the training for all of the officers in terms of how to be more publicly friendly. And I can tell you, from more than 10 years ago till now, there is such a huge difference in the professionalism of our police force. And I've seen that personally in my own contacts with various peace officers in this city. I just want to thank him from my heart to him for the fantastic job that he's done. Absolutely. Moving on, I want to talk about budgeting. Most of you know that I belong to Citizens for Affordable Living. And it seems like in past councils, we've been on a spending spree. No question, not much questioning as to what's spent, why, what are other ways to accomplish this. And I've appeared many times at this lectern on this subject. I want to ask our city council to pay more attention to the money that they are spending, and I will be spending a lot more time on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry. Any other public comment for items not on the agenda this evening?
I've been told to pull this back. Steve Matthew, 40-year Preston Lane resident, second flood survivor resident. I don't come to the podium very often because I figure I get paid not to. And I've got a little bit different take on what's transpired in the last 24 hours. Having survived the 95 flood, and I was actually a planning commissioner at the time, and Mayor Yates, Bill Yates was the mayor. It was handled a whole lot differently, and I know that everybody's been doing their job to the best of their ability and everything, but I didn't see any city people out there until 3:30 this afternoon, and they were from the planning department to red flag residences that should be red flagged, and I hardly seem to know that there were any problems on Preston Lane, which is ground zero for the Morrill Creek flood. What I'd really like to do is read out a whole litany of things that could have been different, but what we need to do is move forward with things to clean it up. By noon or the afternoon, the day after the flood in 95, the city had crews out there with bucket loaders and dump trucks, and we had put a plan together before noon right on the street with the council members and a few planning commissioners, and they were already setting up to bring in roll-offs for all of the people to be able to get rid of at least a few loads of the destroyed goods, debris that had floated in. Communication, oddly enough, in this time when communication is so much more available, I couldn't get through to anybody in the city today and couldn't find out what the plan was or if there was a plan. I figured the EOC would be fired up and went up to the rec department to make myself or my crews available to go live on Channel 20 to talk to the people affected that didn't have computer wherewithal and maybe still watching Channel 20. They're out there. But 20 also has to run in order for it to go on the internet as well. So that would have gotten a lot of people's nerves mellowed out a little bit. The whole neighborhood was on edge. I finally ended up going over to Oasis and renting a bucket loader to help get things moving for several of the businesses down there. Anyway, I'm out of my time, and I didn't put this together as well as I wanted to. But you get the gist. We need more help over in the flood zone. We didn't see anybody until so late this evening when Dave Cry's crew showed up and actually did do the streets. But all of the storm gutters and all of that stuff, which I actually phoned in through 9/11 yesterday because I couldn't get through any other place. All the storm drains have been plugged since before the flood. There was already a lake down in the corner on Preston Lane, and I reported it. So that's still a problem. They haven't figured out how to flush those drain systems out.
Thank you, Steve.
Anyway, sorry for rambling.
Thank you.
I'm tired. I've been up and doing things for the past 24 hours.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else for public comment for items not on the agenda?
Hi, my name's Kate Deweese. I live on Preston Lane. I'm here representing myself. This isn't something that's over. We could flood again. That's very likely. And the last time this happened to my neighbors in '95, it took them roughly a year to clean up. So for anybody out there who's not aware, you think day of Facebook, Nextdoor, several of your neighbors in town, I have had 2 feet of water in my house and in our business. It's serious. We need help. We need FEMA. We need help. It's not over, and it could happen again. And you guys, you're in charge. There are not a lot of old crew left in the city, but there are some people, ex-city council mayors, who were around and have knowledge that could still be very helpful. So I'd encourage you guys to reach out to anyone who's been through like the '95 flood, and also know that it's countywide, Paso, Templeton. We need help. This isn't over. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Can you leave some contact information before you leave tonight? Thank you. Excuse me, anyone else for public comment not on the agenda?
Evening, Council. Welcome to your first full meeting of the year. That's one of my items is I'm wondering what the city might have in place or could come up with for not just, what they've spoke about cleaning up Preston Lane and their homes on Preston Lane, but there's another person who lives out there who's not here tonight who, they're homeless essentially. Well, I don't know. I'm speaking for the person not here who I've gotten, emails from today. And apparently the hotels that were discounted last night. It was just last night, and it wasn't necessarily for people like the people on Preston Lane. It was for people stuck in town that work in businesses and maybe are members of the chamber. I spoke with Erica, and that was confirmed. So something that somebody could come up with where these hotels maybe could extend a weekly off, I don't know when they're going to be able to move back into their own homes. I mean, I was just floored yesterday when I saw the video. Someone took it going down Main Street. And I saw all those businesses underwater. I knew Preston Lane was seriously in trouble. They're at those properties are at the confluence of two creeks, and Little Morrow Creek is their back entrance. The other thing I want to talk about is you'll have bid openings on Thursday for the City Park Bus Hub. And I was looking at those plans, and I was just curious if somebody could answer why the sidewalk will be broken up and replaced. And if you look at the plans, it starts at the tip of the park, like on Morro Bay Boulevard, comes around Harbor all the way to Piney, and then half a block or so up Piney. So if it's just the bus hub that we're replacing, what's all this other work? I don't understand it. Also, the plans that are online, done by Canon and stamped by a man named Stephen something, over his stamp as a civil engineer, it says not for construction. If it's not ready for construction and the plans aren't ready for construction, why are they online? Where's the planning department here? So that's something I would like looked at. The third thing I have is there's been a police department car parked at the corner of Morro Bay Boulevard and Kern, and I just was curious why. It's really a sight distance problem whether you're coming up Morro Bay Boulevard and you want to turn right onto Kern, or whether you're coming out of Kern to turn right onto Morro Bay Boulevard or coming back. The police car is an SUV, it's tall, and the windows are darkened. So if I'm coming up Morro Bay Boulevard to turn right on Kern and someone's stepping out, I can't see them. So I just was curious why that was parked for, it seemed like a couple of weeks. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Welcome. I just wanted to share that the Chamber has been very active in the storm and making sure that we are communicating as much information as possible. Last night was a scary time, and we were well aware that there were employees who were stranded in town. So we used our resources, and we coordinated with City, and we coordinated with Visit Morro Bay to secure some hotel rooms that were made available for people who had no place to go. The hotel rooms had no power, they were places to sleep. We also let people know that the shelter was open, and it's amazing what the council members have done in the last 24 hours to assist the community. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody is aware that the Chamber was out there assisting anyone. We have a database that is Chamber members, non-members, and we were sharing information and storm updates and road information and everything we could do to be a member of this community, because our business owners are our neighbors as well. Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to also second Bill Martinez' comments of appreciation to everybody who's done so much good work for the community during the storm. And I'll be as brief as possible. That'll be my part of thanking you all. It's been a concern of mine for some time now. The history of it is that having lived in Morro Bay since 1968, I've always appreciated in the water bills annually getting an analysis of our water quality. And that practice seemed to have been curtailed during, I'm thinking, the last administration. And I found it very disturbing. And although they weren't hiding from us, they said we could come in and pick one up. I tried that once, and it took a lot longer than I thought it should. So I just like the practice as it was before, letting us know what's in our water. And apropos of that, I'd like to request that certain other things besides what has been traditionally examined be added to that analysis. Primarily, I'm concerned about glyphosate in the water. I think they're called PFOAs. There's certain categories of contaminants and toxins that are problematic to human health. And I think we should know that our water is truly safe. So please consider that. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? AGP, do we have anyone waiting in the queue?
Madam Mayor, we have 2 raised hands. First off will be Carol Truesdale. You have been allowed to speak on Zoom.
Welcome, new council. My name is Carol Truesdale. I am a resident here since 1995 and very active in our community. I want to shout out to our new interim chief of police, Amy Watkins. I happened to be at the senior center on Monday when everything kind of broke loose, and Kirk Carmichael, who opened up the environment for a warming place. Larry came to rescue me, my husband, and we were stranded in North Morro Bay. And so we were lucky to find an environment that was safe for us. And I want to put a shout out again to the Morro Bay Police Department, because at 10:30 last night, we were able to do the pilot car at that time of the evening and take us on the wrong side of the freeway, which scared the bejesus out of me, in through the mud and everything else like that. And I think the way Chief orchestrated everything, and I didn't get a chance to see her yesterday. I kind of missed her in between all of her activities. But I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to getting my husband and I safely home. And former Chief Cox, you are an amazing example of a true human being, not only to work with, but I had the privilege of over the several years with the Neighborhood Watch organization and National Night Out. But I applaud the Morro Bay Police Department. I'm very proud that we have such an amazing team of people who really care about our community. So thank you, and please, everybody, it's not over yet. And I'm part of the CERT team, and you'll probably see my face and my husband's face putting out a lending hand over the next couple of days. So thank you again, and thank you, Council, for hearing me this evening.
Thank you, Carol.
All right, we have one more raised hand, and that is from a Linda Winters. Linda Winters, you are now allowed to speak.
Good evening. Congratulations, first of all, to all the fine women that represent all of the residents of Morro Bay. I am Linda Winters, 29-year resident in a mobile home park here in Morro Bay. Happens to be the mobile home park that is right on the north side of Morro Creek. You may also know me here in the city council and in the city as Mobile Home Linda. I would have been there tonight in person, but you may have heard about the flood of 23. Yes, we had floodwaters rushing through the park. We ended up with what I thought was 4.5 feet of water, but then when Scott Collins said it was between 8 to 14 feet, then I really got panicky. Rushing water, almost devastating our park, and at the one that's adjacent to ours. Kudos to the fire department and to the police, helping to evacuate several elderly and one paraplegic gentleman in the back of our park that was taken out by the fire department with his 2 cats. Yes, he has therapy cats. And speaking of cats, my 2 were the reason why I stayed in my trailer. I sit up high. The waters got within 1 foot of my place, but the PD and the fire department knew I was there, and they checked on me all throughout the evening and night. Another reason why I'm not there in person, the kitties and I have had about an hour and a half sleep in the last day and a half. So I thoroughly applaud both the fire department and the police department, and kudos to the Lions Club for having Monday night dinner, which I usually attend. So, Councilwomen of Morro Bay 2023, heck of a way to start your terms. You'll be seeing me next meeting on January 24th. Also, a special request, can you post on the Morro Bay website how to get in touch with the folks from FEMA so that we, as in a lot of the residents here in my park and the other mobile home park, can get relief from FEMA. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. AGP, is there any others in the queue?
Madam Mayor, we have no more raised hands in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll close the consent, public consent, and bring it back to council. Mr. Collins, is there some local resources that we can direct? And I know Councilmember Ford was sharing countywide information, but for the area down there on Prescott, which was devastated, is what do we have in play? And I'm not sure who to direct that to.
Yeah, I think that the FEMA is the right play to go for long term, but in the immediate term, I know Greg Kwolek, the Public Works Director, is attempting to mobilize, and I think he was able to get the CRY team out there. So I may turn it over to him to help explain how we can clean up. But as far as the individuals and resources that can be provided, that's something we're looking into. The city doesn't have a public health arm. We don't have a public service arm like that. So I think we're going to be looking towards the county and other organizations like the Red Cross, who we've been in constant contact with since yesterday, and trying to get people placed into places. But that's something we're looking into and don't have a great answer. As the individual said, this is not over. We're just getting into the recovery mode, and as been noted, there's other storms on the way. So this is a very fluid situation, and we're trying to do the best we can, but it's a great point, and we're going to try to get some of those answers.
Thank you. Is there something to add, Mr. Kwolek?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. Just wanted to add that I appreciate the comments from the 2 constituents. We did have David Cry come out in late afternoon. We did have some trouble getting a contractor out in a timely manner, which was unfortunate, but once we could, we got one out. Their first priority was to clear Main Street so that we can open up traffic to Main Street, and their second priority was Preston Lane. I did speak with the one constituent who spoke. We did chat on the phone about the issue, and he let me know many of the same items that he let the council know tonight. So I do appreciate his comments, and I'll follow up with both of them after this public comment section.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then also, Mr. Graham, was there a response to the question by Ms. Donnelly about the bus hub?
That would be Mr. Kwolek.
Sorry, Mr. Kwolek.
Oh, yes, thank you. Also, good questions. We are replacing the sidewalk so that it's in compliance with the with ADA. So that's the reason for that. There was a comment about the plans not being properly stamped. There was an addendum issued to that bid, and the addendum included the corrected plans that have corrected stamp.
Thank you. And before you go away, can I ask one more question about the drainage on Quintana that Terry had asked about?
I apologize. Where?
The drainage at, what was the address? 399 Quintana? The drain blockage there?
I don't have information about that in front of me. I'd have to look at exactly where that is.
Okay, where the...
It's next to the culvert goes under the couch potato. Mr. Simons has been engaged with the community development department about, along with the property owner there, of the property that's just south of the couch potato building, about potentially extending the culvert and trimming some of the vegetation that is down in that drainage. Unfortunately, the owner of that property in the past has produced a couple of different environmental studies that have found that to be wetland habitat, and you can't just simply go through and pull material out of the creek in that location. We did suggest that Mr. Simons contact Fish and Wildlife about what could be done there as far as trimming vegetation and that type of thing. We also did provide a process for the improvements that they wanted to make in the channel there. We've also reached out to the Coastal Commission regarding what that process might look like, and they confirmed the information that we've already given Mr. Simons about the process and the permits that would be necessary to make improvements there.
I would just add to, in regards to the comment about the debris over there, that to my knowledge is on private property, and that's generally something that the Public Works Department does not engage in, cleaning up private property. That's a private property issue that would be best pursued through the Code Enforcement Division.
Thank you for your help with that. And I would respond that I believe the reason, Mr. Donnelly, you asked about the closures, Caltrans was in charge of those closures on the highway, not us. So at this point, does council have anything they want to add before we move on? Off of that, okay. Quickly.
You mean of these? Oh, okay. I don't have to.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll follow up on the others. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to switch the agenda over a bit. Sorry for the change, but we're going to address the findings to add an emergency item to the agenda and adopt a resolution. But first, we'll do two separate, oh, I'm sorry. Is that right? Where we're at? Thank you. Sorry. It was a change in the report, so I got confused. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Collins and then to the city attorney.
So we'll turn over to the city attorney to explain the process. We're going, the city manager, acting as the emergency services director, declared a local emergency yesterday. We have 7 days for that to be ratified by the city council. So I'll turn it over to Chris to kind of explain the mechanisms for that, and then go from there. Thanks. Assuming he's available on Zoom.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. So first I wanted to say my heart and prayers go out to the community and everyone impacted by the flooding and the storm surge. And also thank Chief Cox for his service and welcome Interim Chief Watkins. Before we get to the main item, council needs to, pursuant to the government code, address the fact that we have an agenda item that wasn't properly agendized 72 hours before. There are certain rare circumstances where the council can add an item like we're proposing tonight. The government code has two situations that qualify. I believe both of them reasonably do. The first one is if council makes a finding that there's the need for immediate action, and that need came to the attention of the city in less than 72 hours. As City Manager Collins pointed out, an emergency declaration was issued yesterday and it needs to be ratified within 7 days by council. I believe that those circumstances qualify for that first reason. The other reason is that if there is an emergency situation that severely impacts the public health, safety, or both, I believe that that also qualifies clearly with the flooding and rain threatening safety, life, public infrastructure, the roads. So I would ask that if council wants to consider ratifying the emergency proclamation, then to go ahead and vote on whether the council agrees with the three findings that are in the staff report They're listed on page 1, 1, 2, and 3 in bold. And that concludes my report to council on the emergency findings.
Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to council for questions. Does anyone have questions?
I have a question. There. As far there's different monies that are allowances for monies to be spent. Do you have any idea of what sorts of things those would be?
Yeah, I think Mr. Kwok mentioned one of them, activating a local business owner to help us with cleanup would be one of those. I'm just thinking back to during COVID, there were some other purchases that were made. It's typically on the purchasing side. I think we spent about $90,000 on total with COVID through this declaration. I have no idea how much it's going to be because, as we mentioned, we're just sort of unveiling all the issues. But as we go forward, our goal is to bring those purchases, if they're needed, to City Council as quickly as possible so that there's no real delay. And we do have a mid-year budget coming up, so some of that might be primed for that discussion as well. But typically, we're just trying to move as quickly as we can to address the kind of life and safety issues. Hopefully that helps.
Madam Mayor, if I could interject, we have 2 steps on this item. One is just to see whether we should discuss this item, and if council makes those 3 findings, then we can proceed to discussion of the emergency and the possible declaration. If council doesn't make those findings, then we should cease discussion and move on.
Thank you.
Could I just clarify that you have to order to declare the emergency, you have to have the quantities listed here for the expense, the possible expenses, or?
Usually the declaration's made because our systems are so overwhelmed that we know we may need to call upon additional resources.
Right.
So it just gets us, it clears the way, it allows us to, obviate some typical processes to move quickly to make purchases. Otherwise, you would have required to do certain things. And again, it's with efficiency in mind because of the ongoing nature of the disaster or the emergency, whatever it may be. So, and we believe there's plenty of findings with the amount of rain and flooding we observed and the number of phone calls that were coming in to City Hall and to the 911 system.
Right. I totally support that.
Yeah.
I understand it and think it's a great idea. I just don't, I'm just not clear on, I probably am not understanding it. But if the expense to 500,000, am I reading that wrong, or?
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but we actually have 2 items on the agenda, and the first one is just whether we can talk about this, and then assuming council makes the findings, then we open up a full discussion on the declaration of the emergency and whether council chooses to ratify it or not.
Thank you.
So just for procedural reasons, I would suggest we see if there's any public comment on council adopting these 3 findings, and then proceed to vote on that, and then open up for general discussion.
Thank you. So we'll open for public comment on this item, and this will be just strictly for adopting the findings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what your counsel is telling you is that you should take a motion to verify that there are bases for having an emergency ordinance put in front of you. It's a very simple motion. Once you've approved that motion, then you can go ahead and discuss the issue itself.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? This is specific to the findings for this emergency.
Yes, I do have a public comment, but I'm not sure if procedurally, if you need to make the decision before I can make that comment. It does pertain to the disaster response of.
So this is strictly for the findings, and then we'll move on to the next half for the resolution.
Okay. And then I'll have a chance for public comment later.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we'll bring it back to council, and I'll ask for a motion to approve the findings for the resolution, the findings, excuse me.
I would like to move that we make the findings to move ahead on this. The three need for immediate action, need for action came to our attention subsequent to the agenda already being posted, and an emergency situation exists because an event that severely impairs public health, safety, or both has occurred. So.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. And if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And if we can move to the second half of this, then it will be for the resolution. And are you taking that, Mr. Collins, or are we turning it back over to?
I'll turn it over to
the
Chris,
attorney?
and then I can
Okay.
cover whatever
Thank
he
you.
does not. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. City Manager Collins issued a proclamation of a state of emergency yesterday, and that proclamation, he has the authority under the Emergency Services Act and local code. It can last for up to 7 days. Council's asked to ratify it as soon as practicable. And so the proclamation itself provides an itemization of the flood and the storm surge and what's occurred. And pursuant to approval of the emergency declaration under local code and state law, it provides for the city to have an activation of its emergency plan. It provides the city manager's emergency services director with certain temporary authority and power. And it also allows the city to be eligible after the event is over and during the event for state assistance in a greater way than they would otherwise, and potentially to be able to tap into state and federal resources for payment of some of the bills that will come due. So council's being asked whether or not they want to ratify that declaration. And if there's any questions on the details or the process, the city manager and myself are both available.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Collins?
I don't, other than to say, we did attach the city council policy for emergency and disaster purchasing, which was adopted by council several years ago and was referred to during the COVID-19 emergency.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll open for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Terry Simons. I'm at a disadvantage since I don't have the actual resolution in front of me, and I'm assuming you just got your copies of it in the last few minutes. But let me make a few general points. First of all, I have the deepest respect for Mr. Collins. His ability has been well proven since he's joined the city. I recognize that he has independent authority up to, I believe, $250,000 that he can do for these kinds of things on his signature alone. And without knowing what's covered by this resolution, I would assume that you would immediately grant him the ability to use that power to do everything in his best judgment as is needed to help clean up and facilitate, hopefully, additional preemptive actions that might be necessary to avoid additional storm damage should we have a reoccurrence of the flood situations we've just had. The other thing is that I think that the key to this will be to encourage the administration to actively and aggressively pursue both county, state, and federal fundings to reimburse the city. And to that extent, I know that our accounting department will do an admirable job, I'm sure, of tracking all costs, staff times, and obviously the contracts that Mr. Collins would sign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Donnelly again. I just wanted to make a recommendation. When I worked with the county, we used to have these emergency trainings for the Diablo event. And on those drills, we found out sometimes things that we thought were available were not. So it might be good from time to time that the city have little drills on an emergency like this one to see whether or not they can actually obtain the resources they need on that time and what the fallback plan B might be when those things don't come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joan Barrick again, and I thank you for hearing me again. There are emergencies that occur that are out of the blue, totally unexpected, and we have to respond to them the best way we can with the resources that we have. There are also emergencies that occur where we have a little advance notice. We know things might happen, and we have a chance to prepare before they happen. I would say that the storm that hit us today, we had some advance notice that storms were coming. And in fact, 4 days ago, private citizens began asking, what about the unsheltered people in the tent encampment on Quintana in Morrow Creek? No one knew, so at least one person contacted the city, and they were told, well, the procedure policy is the police notify them that there's going to be a storm, so they'll have a chance to leave. I thought, okay, where are they going to go? So I started calling all over San Luis Obispo County. I found out that there are an estimated 1,500 people who are homeless, and there are 350 beds available for all of them. And what they do is they hold a lottery every day for those who don't get in to see if they get a bed. And so there's a 1 in 4 chance. So if they don't get a bed, I said, where do they go? And they told me, any nook and cranny that they can find. Now that's if they can even get to San Luis Obispo or Atascadero or Arroyo Grande, because there's no transportation available. I called the American Red Cross. I called the 211 helpline number. I called every shelter in our county. That's it. I went and talked to someone who lives in this encampment. What can you do? Can you go somewhere else? No. Everything we have is soaked. We're cold. You could see their tents were falling apart. What they tried to do is move their tents up the creek embankment. I looked down there. The mud made that whole area so dangerous. Easily people could fall into that water. Again, where can they go? Now, the shelter, the warming center, opened today. 4 days ago, I started looking for help for them. It wasn't there. 4 days ago, these people suffered out in the cold and in the wet. And I think the city can do better than that. The city has funds. That's the thing. You don't have to search for other funds. There's community development action funds available. This city has $89,000 on the table, and it's spending it on public works. Nothing for our homeless here.
Thank you.
I say help, and I volunteer for one to help the city figure this out so it doesn't happen again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon O'Leary, 21-year resident of Morro Bay, 10-year resident of Cayucas, and many years working for the Ramey family at Ragged Point. So we've been addressing the issue of homelessness and displaced people for 10 years. There is a method. We've brought case management to the community dinner every Monday night from CAPSO and Transitions Mental Health. There's been case management going on for years. We also have access to the emergency mobile unit, which is Transitions Mental Health, a mobile unit. The folks down on the creek We serve mostly at Laundry Love program the third Wednesday of every month. Again, case management. So we coordinate all the time with Wendy Lewis at ECHO, with Jana Nichols at Five Cities Homeless Coalition, and with the powers that be at CAPSLO. There is a method, and it's well understood by our displaced community. The fact is, though, we have no housing to offer. So there does have this appearance of kind of a rotating thing going on. But there is not, it's not a madness thing. It's a thing that that's what we do because that's what we have to do. We don't have anything to offer. Now, that's on one particular level. On the other level, we have huge programs in play, particularly the ones run by Laurel Weir, Department of Social Services, and Mark Lamour and Tim Wag, where we go after the most chronically unhoused persons and seek to get them housed, always with case management. Now, Morro Bay, pardon me, Morro Bay has been extremely successful, probably more than most any other group in the county, in getting people case management and moving things along. We don't have anything to offer in Morro Bay, but we do have the wherewithal to get people to Five Cities Homeless Coalition, Prado, ECHO, which we do every day, all day long. I welcome any kind of questions from the community. You can reach us at the county service, which is the Community Resource Connections. You can look online, Community Resource Connections. Don't forget the S, .net, or give us a call at the office, 805-225-1991. I'm glad to discuss in detail any of the encampments, any displaced event. And yes, we do have a situation back there behind Couch Potato, but we're very aware of protecting the red-legged frog and cleaning up back there. And this is something that we must work out with Caltrans and the property owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Hi, Linda Donnelly. I didn't know that we even had a warming shelter that was trying to be set up yesterday, and I was thrilled to hear it. So I don't know why. I think then that would address communication about things like that. I realized that the Red Cross was called to come out with cots and whatever they come out with, food and blankets and so forth. However, as to what my husband spoke about as to having dry runs and what could go wrong and what, Red Cross could not get here, is my understanding, because SLO, and everybody's nodding, SLO, their creeks overflowed, so you couldn't come north from there. We're just surrounded by creeks in this county, so all roads have mostly been impassable. So if we're talking about a warming center, then maybe the city would invest in cots. I understand somehow some cots got out to Del Mar last night from the fire department. No? Okay. But anyway, clearing up rumors, whatever. The other thing, though, at the kitchen at the community center, since Red Cross couldn't get there, maybe a call to the communities via Nextdoor, or however you have to do it with our, I might not have the internet up, but I got my phone, right? To bring food, to cook, to bring pots and pans, because I understand in the kitchen their supplies are extremely limited as far as pots and pans go, things to cook on. You got to bring your own. But even people have little pots and pans, they could be stored down there so that we aren't always looking for a spatula or something. I have worked in that kitchen before on one of the spaghetti feeds, and so I know you must bring your, things you might need. But it would be a call out to the community that I'm sure that would come forward and make a big pot of soup or whatever to keep people warm, or pots of coffee that could come in from, people's homes. So that's something as far as what didn't work, how we could look at that to do something better and so forth. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this item? Real quick, real quick.
Thank you. If I could add, thank you for the effort regarding taking a look at what we need up at Community Center. Part of what's happened here in Morro Bay is the Salvation Army has been closed for 6 months. So we don't know why or whether they'll reestablish or reopen or what will happen or even what's happening with that room, which would be great to have that available as a support room. We have never opened up the idea to have a warming shelter or a cooling center in Morro Bay. There has never been a serious effort to do that for lots of reasons. Community center is brand new, the Vets Hall's too old, whatever. So we have not been able to do it. We've just not done it. But the things that are in play right now, especially that have become apparent with the storms that we're going to be experiencing from now on, really, is we do have a Salvation Army that is non-functional, it's closed, and a community center that's not prepared. Now, over in Los Osos, at People Helping People at South Bay Community Center through the resource office over there, they've been stockpiling things like cots, sleeping bags, blah, 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 so that they can open up and be operational as a warming center at any time. However, the permitting process through the county has denied them the ability to do that, even getting the mobile shower unit out. So this will take a special effort by our city council to take a close look at what we can do, because actually the community center is the best place to have a program like that for lots of reasons. Particularly, it's brand new and what really well set up for that.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Madam Mayor, there are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to council. I would just share the community center and Del Mar did open. The community center was open, and there were residents or visitors there last night that did find shelter in both locations. So with that, I will turn it over to council for discussion. Councilmember Ford, do you want to start?
Yeah, so after looking through here, I realize the importance of emergency funding and trusting the leadership of our city manager and our staff to make these split-second decisions on funding. And so I do recognize the significance of this, and I appreciate our city attorney and staff for coming together and getting this done in time for tonight. So I don't have any questions regarding this.
Councilmember Edwards?
I don't have any questions on this.
Councilmember Barton?
I don't have any questions either, and I would like to move forward on it.
Councilmember Landrum?
I guess I'm just really tired, but I just always have questions when I see $750,000 and $1.5 million, and I just, is the money like, is this like an emergent, like FEMA kind of money, or is it from the city budget, or I'm just not clear on it, if you could help me with
It's a
that.
fair question, and we were hoping you wouldn't be posed with this in your first full council meeting, so we apologize. It is a lot to absorb. There's sort of a gradation of expenditure authority. As outlined in this policy, I would be able to make judgment calls on $250,000 purchases. That's typically going to come in the form of contracting for something, and as we mentioned, the CRY team is out there, and that could eat up a lot of budget real quick. If I was going to go up above that level, then I'd need to check in with the mayor, just sort of as a check, and then you can go higher with other limits. My goal isn't to spend as much money as quickly as possible. It's to make split-second decisions that can help set us up for success, and then report back to the council as quickly as possible. I don't feel comfortable doing this, but I also recognize that it's a requirement if we were going to be ready to respond quickly. So I understand that kind of reservation, because I feel it too. I really do. But that's why we spelled on it in a policy, and we have mechanisms to get back to council as quickly as possible. So it's really just making those split-second decisions that are really, in this case, is going to be aiding in the cleanup. And as was mentioned, I think, by one of our constituents, we will doggedly pursue both reimbursement for our insurance company and then what they can't cover through state and federal reimbursements. That process could take 6 months to a year, especially because it was a statewide issuance from the state and multiple counties by FEMA. So there'll be a lot of folks seeking funding. So it could take quite a bit of time, and the paperwork will be probably this thick. So there'll be a lot of accountability on that as well, both from city council, but also other folks who would be reimbursing through taxpayer money. Yeah.
Any other
Mayor, I would like to make a motion, if possible.
Please, thank you.
Okay. I'd like to move that we adopt resolution number 05-23, proclaiming and affirming the existence of a local emergency and confirming and ratifying the proclamation by the city's Director of Emergency Services of existence of a local emergency in response to 2023 winter storm surge.
I'll second.
We have a second. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards,
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
and Mayor Wixom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I would also like to thank Mr. Carmichael, who's back there, for setting up the community center yesterday and providing refreshments and addressing that and helping, and your staff also. Thank you.
Where are we now? Okay. All right.
Items A1 through A7. Any items at this time? Sorry, A1 through A7. Is anyone interested in pulling any items at this time?
Mayor, would you like to open public comment
Oh, yes.
for the
Sorry.
consent
Thank you.
agenda?
Thank you. I lost my whole train of thought when they threw that emergency ordinance in tonight. My notes just went out the door.
Not fair. Not fair.
Thank you. We'll open public comment for the consent calendar. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Wixom and council members. My name is Kathy Novak, and I'm here tonight representing the Salt Building Project, item A4, which is the lease line adjustment for 571 Embarcadero. I'm here tonight because you've received a couple of comments from the public prior to your meeting, and I feel it is important to provide you with some background information. First, these docks are new. However, the previous docks were damaged beyond repair during a king tide event and needed to be replaced. Second, this new lease line and floating docks are 32 feet 6 inches from the edge of the navigation channel, so there will not be any interference with the boating channel. Third, this is not a precedent setting, as one person indicated, because the city has done this several times before to accommodate the boating public by providing upgraded, better designed, and larger boat slips along the waterfront. It has also been done so that the harbor walk can be installed in some of these areas. Fourth, if the leaseholder was required to stay within the existing lease site boundaries, the new slips would only have been able to accommodate a small boat approximately 15 feet in length. There are not very many folks that have a need for a boat slip for such a small boat, but there is a real need for boat slips that will hold boats for larger lengths. These new slips were approximately 25 to 30 feet in length for boats. Fifth, this is a special lease site as the building was designed and built by Jim Mall. Many folks, including the Coastal Commission, wanted to preserve this building as close to the design as possible, so the notation to funnily redesign this site should not be considered. Last, a brief summary of public benefits and gains for this boundary adjustment. First, changing the dock and gangway configuration created the space to add 2 feet of harbor walk on the north side, 11.5 feet on the southern side, for a total of 207 square feet of public walkway. Second, these docks are open to the public, and the design will allow for much better access and the than the original configuration, including a wider head float and finger docks. Third, the City Harbor Department gains with increased revenues from a larger lease space with property taxes and, importantly, percentage of gross for the slip rentals. The boating public gains by having boat tie-up space that cannot be otherwise provided by the city or other leaseholders if the city does not allow for the expansion of floating docks at these lease sites. And fifth, the city is protecting and enhancing amenities for the boating public. In closing, this project has been approved by the city, the Coastal Commission, and the docks have been built. This boundary adjustment is the last in the formality of an overall approval process for which this project has received its entitlements. I'm urging the City Council to please see that this applicant has done everything that the city has asked and required as part of the original approvals, and now is not the time to reverse the decision that was granted a couple of years ago. The time for comments and modifications to projects should be done at the time the proposed project is actively requesting permits from the city and not long after the fact. Thank you for your time and consideration, and on behalf of the applicants, I would ask the council to approve item A4 tonight, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Simons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I asked to speak on the general consent agenda. I was preempted quickly into item A4. First of all, I'd like to go over the issues that or the items that I don't have issue with and see if we can come to an agreement of which item will actually be addressed by the council as a hearing. I'm okay on items 1, 2. I have a little bit of concern for 3, but no big deal. Item 4 was definitely on my list to must speak on. Item 5 I'd like to speak on. Item 8 or 6 and 7 also like to speak on. And if you'll pull whatever items you're going to pull, then I will use my time to address those items incrementally. Thank you.
Anyone else for?
Yeah, it's one. It's up to the mayor.
Good evening. Betty Winholtz here to talk about items A2, 3, and 4 in reverse order. With regard to the harbor expansion of the slips, my question was, or my concern is, how close is it to the channel that we dredge out, and if that becomes an issue, and is it because of the width of the harbor walk that this now makes the slips further out, or is it just because of the design of the slips? On number 3, it has to do with the COVID exception, and we were provided an option in this staff report on page 17 to do this a different way and to stop doing the monthly thing that we're still in emergency, and are encouraging you to do it differently this time, and so we can move on past this emergency. I mainly want to focus on A2, and I want to make a comment beyond what I said here, because I do believe that the City Council needs to represent itself at our county meetings as our policies direct. But I want to speak specifically to the idea of the committee that's called REACH, which has never been on our scope before. I went back to 2018, and the BOEM, B-O-E-M, has been there all along because it has to do with the windmills. But this idea that we have an appointment to the REACH committee is brand new this year, and I don't understand how it got there or why. And I want to relate quickly a personal experience about that. When I was on the City Council and fairly new, I went to the Coastal Commission to speak on some item, and I couldn't tell you today what that was. But in my beginning, I said, my name is Betty Winholtz, and I'm on the City Council at Morro Bay. The phrase I forgot, I am speaking for myself. So when I came home and our next City Council meeting, I got hell from all the council members because I had spoken for them and not for myself. And at that point, we adopted a new resolution. It said, you can't do this with stationery, you can't present yourself this way in the comment, and I don't know if you're aware of that resolution or if anybody knows where it is, but you probably need to find it. I bring that up because former Mayor Heading got himself or somehow was appointed to this REACH committee, which has never been before the city council. It's never been talked about publicly, at least at these meetings, or was there an appointment made that I'm aware of, and I attend, as you know, most city council meetings. So it seems to me that he went beyond his right to say, I am a member. I'm not only a member, I am the mayor of Morro Bay, and I'm on this REACH committee. So I'm wondering if that was going beyond the policy, and so I encourage you to get rid of this committee assignment.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Nicole Dorfman. I'm a 15-year resident of Morro Bay, and it's so wonderful to see the new faces up there as well as the remaining city council members. I'm here to speak on A3. A recent lawsuit in Orange County sheds light on the fact that this city council has a legal obligation to independently review local conditions for the public health state of emergency due to COVID-19, and that such a duty cannot be delegated to Governor Newsom, as in will end our state of emergency when he does. The judge's statement in the Orange County case made it clear that the Orange County Board of Supervisors must review local conditions and then terminate the state of emergency if conditions no longer warrant it. The San Luis Obispo Board of Supervisors ended the public health state of emergency in our county in February 2022, nearly a year ago. Yet the Morro Bay City Council has continued to reauthorize the emergency sort of automatically in the consent agenda every 30 days up to today. I don't know if there have been reports, evaluations. Are we actually in a state of emergency? I don't think there have been. I think you kind of have just been rolling it through. In my estimation, and I think in many people's as well, there is no longer a public health state of emergency in our county due to COVID-19. In absence of any evidence of an actual emergency, the only correct and legal action tonight is to vote down resolution number 01-23 and return to business as usual. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council, again. I also want to speak on A3. And I also believe unless there's a declared state of emergency, I guess primarily by our own public health director, Dr. Penny Bornstein, that there should be no option for any of the city council or other board members to attend via Zoom because simply that's their preference. Now, obviously, I understand if the city council member is sick, if they're on vacation, so they're zooming in from wherever they're vacationing. I understand those conditions, but just as a matter of preference, A3 should not be approved unless Dr. Penny Bornstein comes out and says we have a state of emergency. Things are breaking out. The hospitals are filling up. Those things are not happening. So please vote no on A3.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Kristen Headland. I've lived here for 32 years, and I want to speak on item A2. I myself tend to be a visual person, and in the past, we've had an overhead projector here that we can put on a screen, and I don't know why that has gone away, but I'd like to put a request for that to come back. But for me, what I want to say is that I tend to follow a lot of city issues around here because I care about our community, and I will say that I'm very much aware of the offshore wind turbines coming our way, and I understand they're going to be coming here. So I was kind of just sitting back waiting for something to happen here at City Council during the past 2 years, and nothing was presented. And then one day, on December 18th, the Tribune let us know all about the REACH report. The REACH report has former Mayor Heading as a spokesperson, and at one point he contributed $25,000 to a consultant who did a infrastructure review, and I want to know that you to know that there was never a city council meeting, there was never any notification. The only reason why I know about this is through the newspaper, and also for Mr. Collins, who does such a great job with his monthly updates. He noted that Eric Endersby, our harbor director, he attended a 2-day conference with REACH, and he was a part of a panel of 4 members that spoke on behalf of our harbor. And it gets back to the whole issue of public transparency, and I feel that we did not have it with the last administration regarding this important issue. And I do want to say thank you for all of you for coming forward to serve us, the citizens here in Morro Bay, and to thank everyone here who worked during the past 24 hours with this rainstorm that we had, and all the volunteers and Public Works. And those are my comments. Everyone have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Madam Mayor, it occurs to me that there may be a procedural point of order that I probably should address. It's been my experience that the first step in dealing with the consent agenda is to petition or poll the council to see who wants to pull what item for the council to address, and then to proceed to approve all the other items as consent without public comment. It seems that we're diverting from that, and we're basically throwing an open field out there for people to come up and tell you what they think about individual items, not necessarily in the order that they're on the agenda. When I got up before, I identified numerous items that I want to comment on, and I think limiting any speaker to 3 minutes on a 7-item consent agenda is certainly not appropriate. I think that you should decide which items you feel, either from public testimony or otherwise, that this council wants to address, and then address those items and give the public an opportunity to speak on those items as you discuss them. Thank you.
Thank you. AGP, is there anyone in the queue?
Madam Mayor, we have no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. Does anyone want to pull any items on the consent calendar? Okay, well, I'm going to then. I'm going to pull A2 and A3, and that's it for me. Anyone else?
Yes, I would like to pull A4.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry. I think we got it, yeah.
That good? I'll ask for a motion to approve. The other items would be A1, A5, A6, and A7.
I will move that we approve items. What was your list? I'm sorry.
We're pulling 2, 3, and 4.
That we move to approve items A2, A3, and A4.
No, we're pulling.
No, approve them. Yeah.
Pulling them.
That's what I said the first time. To pull them.
So we'll move approval of items A1, A5, A6, and A7.
Okay.
Do I have a
great.
second?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards,
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum, Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
and Mayor Wixom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Sorry about that. Were you able to get that, Dana? Thank you. So A2, I'm going to pull, that's regarding the appointments. Thank you. Ms. Winholtz did reach out to me today. There's 2 items I'd like to pull off of A2. two items I'd like to comment on, excuse me. One of them is the committee for the County Water Resource Advisory Committee that has Councilmember Barton as the delegate, and then an alternate, which on all of our other appointments, the alternate and delegates are council members. On this one, I'm not sure why it was stated that it would be the city manager designee, and I would like to change that to a council member. And did have an opportunity to ask Ms. Edwards if she would be willing to take that alternate seat. So I would like to address that. And then the REACH Central Coast Committee, after speaking with the city clerk today, we were looking for some clarification on that committee. That's why it came on late. I'm not sure when it meets, where it meets, or what its participation in this is. We participate with REACH in other aspects as far as with the wind energy or other items that come up. So I'm just asking that we can pull that and allow the city clerk and myself to look further into that and then bring it back. So, any discussion? No. Nope. Okay. So I'll ask for a motion to approve A2.
I'll move that we.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I suggest that the
We're going to
motion
open it
is,
up for public comment.
well, that, and also to approve the motion as amended, as you amended it,
Thank you.
and go to public comment.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, you did public comment for consent already.
Yes.
So you don't need to go,
Yes,
unless you
thank
want
you.
to.
Thank
You've
you.
already done that.
I think we're good on this one. So as amended, motion to approve A2 as amended. And I'll take a second on that.
I'll second that amendment.
you.
With the amendment.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. Just trying to make it faster.
Can we do?
Trying to make up for the lost time I had here. A3, the state of emergency. Mr. Collins, can you address why would we would be continuing that at this point?
I'm not aware of the legal case referenced earlier, so I'd have to defer to the city attorney, but we've been operating under the same assumption that, there's a statewide emergency, the governor's declared, and we're operating under those assumptions.
So can I ask for some update on that from you, if you're still there, Chris?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So the government code, as it was amended by AB 361, it provides the city with the ability to continue providing the teleconferencing option if certain conditions are met. Those conditions are that if a state of emergency remains active as declared by the governor, and then if that is the case, which is true, then the council, as it's pointed out on page 16 of the staff report agenda, the council has to reconsider the circumstances of the state of emergency, and then also either the state of emergency continues to impact meeting safely in person, or state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing. These resolutions that have been passed by council every 30 days have extensive findings in them. If council would like to discuss those findings, whether they agree with them or not, that's at council's discretion. And if council chooses not to pass this resolution, then that also, of course, is at council's discretion. I did actually, in consultation with the city clerk, we did review where the other cities in SLO County are at right now. And the data that we got was that Pismo and Paso adopted a continuing resolution December 20th. Arroyo adopted a continuing one on December 13th, and their January 10th agenda tonight had an extension like Morro Bay has on the agenda. Same with the Atascadero, and then Grover Beach and City of SLO have not extended their resolution. So that's what's going on in the region right now.
Thank you. Any council comments? Questions?
I have a question for you, Attorney Newmeyer. Actually, I have two questions. One is, if we were to end this 30-day period to conduct our meetings in this way, can you clarify what would happen if we got rid of this, if we said no? and the participation from folks via Zoom and that sort of thing. And then the second question that I have is, can you clarify the new rules that have been put in place by Governor Newsom in the new year regarding this format? If you can clarify those changes for us as well.
Sure. So under current state law, there's actually 4 ways to teleconference into a city council meeting for the council members. This only applies to council members. Staff and directors and whatnot can teleconference in, as can members of the public. The one we're discussing tonight is under AB 361. Every 30 days, council has to renew it based upon the findings I've just referred to. And if it isn't done tonight, then it will expire in a few days. What that means is council's left with 3 other options if for either due to COVID-19 exposure or illness or other circumstances, if council wants to teleconference in. There's the traditional method, as I referenced in the staff report, which is that you basically, wherever you're teleconferencing in from, post the location, members of the public can join you in your living room or office or wherever you're at. That one was rarely used. There are 2 new ways to teleconference in. It's been the law since January 1st. Some of the members of the public referred to this in the staff report. Those 2 new ways on page 17 of the staff of the agenda packet, page 3 of the staff report, are for just cause or for emergency circumstances. Council members can Zoom in. Must be noted that there has to be a maximum of 2 council members that can do that. There has to physically be present 3 council members for other 2 to do this. Just cause, that would be the reason to teleconference in, is providing caregiving to a family member. You have a contagious illness, obviously COVID-19 will qualify. Some disability, or you're traveling on official government business. You can only use that 2 times a year. Otherwise, after that, you can't use it anymore. Emergency circumstances is that you have a physical or family medical emergency, and that can be used for a maximum of generally up to 3 months out of the year. So if council does not continue the AB 361 resolution, then there's these 2 methods available. I think the key distinction is that only 2 council members could use these if they needed a teleconference in, versus under the existing resolution, all of the council could. And it must be noted that if council doesn't approve this resolution, and if there is a COVID-19 surge and the county or City Hall or the state, feds all conclude that everyone should be social distancing, quarantining, et cetera, council could pass this resolution again down the road. So it's not that if we don't renew it, we couldn't pass it again. So I hope that helps explain some of the different options that are available.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Neumeier.
Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? No? Well, I pulled this item because I'm feeling that it has run its course, and so I'm ready to vote on it, and I'm not going to support it for the extension. So I'm going to make a motion to deny extension of the state of emergency and deny A3.
I second that.
Roll call vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Barton,
No.
Councilmember Edwards. Councilmember Ford,
No.
Councilmember Landrum,
Yes.
and Mayor Wixom.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-2, correct? In part, I heard 3 noes. Did I misunderstand? Okay, so the motion failed 3-2.
Okay, thank you. A4 will be you, Ms. Edwards.
We still have to have a,
Their consideration of a motion to approve
Oh,
item 8.
sorry. Does someone want to make a motion to approve it then? Someone who, making a motion?
Sorry about that. I was just wondering if I could ask another question. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Someone who denied is going to need to make a motion to
Well-
approve. I'm not,
I'll make a motion to approve item A3.
do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
No.
And Mayor Wixom?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. A4, please. Ms. Edwards.
Yes, I just wanted to ask what businesses, and this is more for the community to have a picture of what area we're talking about. What businesses are in those buildings so that our community can understand that? We're talking about item A4. This is just for clarity. I think it will help our community to understand where these are. The maps were complicated, so I'm just trying to help them out.
Is she Mr. Graham? Lot line adjustment?
I'm thinking.
I believe it has your name there.
What businesses are in the building?
I believe it's Beach Burger, is the restaurant?
Yeah,
that's
Beach
in the
Burger,
Salt
is there
Building?
a coffee shop in there too?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Not sure what else is in there. I haven't gone over there recently.
That's okay. So I just wanted for clarification for myself and for the community that it's where Beach Burger is located. I think the old Skipper's Coffee Shop. I want to say there might be a cinnamon roll place in there as well. Just for clarification. Thank you.
Anything else with that? Thank you. Anyone else on A4? I'll ask for a motion to approve A4.
I'll second that.
I will motion to approve.
Sorry.
I will motion.
Okay.
We good?
No, I need a first, I need a motion and a second.
I will motion to approve resolution number 2-23, approving adjustment to the lease site maps for lease sites 65-66 and 65W-66W at 571 Embarcadero Road.
Thank you. Second?
I second that.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I need to take a break. Take 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll get back to our agenda. Hello?
There you go.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on. A reminder, we did pull C1, which was to do our advisory boards. We will hopefully be bringing that at the next council meeting. So we will move on to item C2, which is adoption for award to bid project on Elena Slope Repair and Utilities Replacement Project. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Kwolek.
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. Dana, if you could pull up the slides. I'll give a short presentation on this project. Typically, award of bid is a consent calendar item because the project had already been approved during the budget process and council had already been given information about this project, but we do have a request to transfer some budget funds into the project from another project, so we wanted to provide it as a business item in a short presentation. So in general, just want to give a quick project summary. We are looking to repair a storm drain and a sewer line that goes between two properties in North Morro Bay, sort of parallel with Elena, in between Koa and Juniper. And the work is to excavate, remove, and replace an 18-inch storm drain pipe and a 6-inch sewer line. It includes all the connections, inlets, soil removal, backfill, and pavement restoration. It also involves the construction of a retaining wall, which is reinforced concrete, as well as some miscellaneous items related to most construction projects that we do in the Public Works Department. This is an overview map so you can see where the project is located. That red line is the area of where the current storm drain is, and that storm drain has failed, and failed at least 3 or 4 years ago. That house is, it's kind of small from where you're sitting, but if you see at 679, 685, at the corner of Koa and Elena, that house is standing up at the top of the hill, and to the left is where the storm drain has failed. You can see some white plastic covering some of the soil to protect it from the rain over the past few days. You can see an orange barricade there that's filled with water and is being used as an anchor to hold up the balcony on the left side of the back of the house, not the small balcony on the bottom, but the one on the upper left. The balcony is really what's at risk currently. And also you can see on the balcony there's some extra bracing that was installed to, again, protect the balcony. This is a picture of the failure of the storm drain that I found in some of our files from 2020. And this, I believe, was provided to council on April 20th or thereabouts in 2020, really right at the start of the pandemic. The situation has deteriorated quite a bit in the past couple of weeks. So those trees that are up on the slope aren't there anymore. This is what it looks like now. This is on a different angle. I apologize, I couldn't get the same angle, but you can see that that storm drain towards the lower left of the screen actually has completely just fallen down out of place. You can see that the footing from the balcony from the house, that concrete footing is just completely exposed. There's nothing under it. So I do want to mention that, you know, there is a concern out there that this house might come down. To prevent that from happening, the homeowner did a tie-in. So they went, I believe, 30 feet down with concrete. They tied in the foundation into the ground. So we believe that currently this house is in decent shape in terms of not coming down because, again, it is reinforced currently. It's certainly not, you know, anything could happen, so I don't want to make any kinds of predictions, but we feel comfortable now, particularly that it withstood this past rain, again, which is the worst rain we've seen in years, that it's going to stay put at least for the time that we can do the construction. This is just another picture, but you can see the plastic that we put down. That's a measure we put into place about a week ago just to add additional protection from the rainwater. But as you can see, that area is eroding at a faster rate because of all the rains we've had. So I'll give a quick summary of the bids. We had 11 prospective bidders attending our pre-con meeting in November. So this project has been going on for quite some time. And not having anything to do with the rains, this project was scheduled to be awarded at this council meeting. So back in November, we had a pre-con meeting with 11 bidders. Out of that, we only got 4 bids. We kind of heard anecdotally from some of the bidders that they didn't want to touch this project because of the house right next to the construction and a few other concerns there. One was that there was a sewer line that was at risk. So we got 4 bids. The engineer's estimate was $217,000. And when the bids came in, our high bid was $562,000, which was quite high, and low bid was $343,000. And by law, if we want to take one of these bids, we have to take the low bid by public contract code. So the low bid was from REHAC General Engineering, which is out of Aubrey, California. That's in Fresno County, up near the foothills of the Sierras. So the budget summary and transfer request, we have a base bid of $343,000, as I mentioned. We're requesting to add 20% contingency, which would come to $68,640. The purpose of 20% contingency, which you won't typically see from us as a request, is really due to the urgency of the project. And because there is so much undergrounding work. All of those present unknowns, and the Public Works Department wishes to be able to adapt to situations on the ground so that this project gets completed quickly. If we don't have this contingency and we, for some reason, don't have enough project budget, we would have to put the project on hold, come back to council for a decision, even if it's for, a couple $1,000s. And then we may owe the contractor a delay claim or something like that, or a standby claim. So that's something that we would want to avoid. And again, it's because we want to take care of this project now, given the situation there. We also anticipate needing $40,000 for easement acquisitions. That's temporary construction easements to allow the contractor to enter onto some of the private property there for construction. As well as construction management, inspection, and testing at the end. That's another $40,000. So we're looking at a total project budget for the construction here at $491,000. We currently have $325,000 available to us, so we are seeking a transfer of $166,838 from a project that is also a stormwater project along Kern. And so there has been some questions about, well, do we need that money for that project? Ideally, yes. And are we robbing Peter to pay Paul? I wouldn't characterize it quite in that way. So here we have a situation of existing infrastructure that has failed. We did some tours with city council members last week where we talked about the corrugated metal pipe that's used in these storm drains. What happens is in the dips in the pipe, water settles, and then we see rust in the pipe. And then once that pipe rusts out, you have water going down, moving dirt, creating voids, creating sinkholes, and creating these kinds of situations. So we have some of these, we have at least 2 other storm drains like this in town, not anywhere near as bad as this, and not threatening a house or anything like that. The project on Kern that we would be transferring from, there are no storm drains. It is a project that comes out of the One Water Plan that recommends a storm drain system down Kern. It's a fairly large project. And the reason for that is because in the One Water Plan, there is an anticipation of flooding at the roundabout from stormwater. And we just had a perfect test case of a 50-year storm or whatever it was. The city engineer and I took several looks at the roundabout, And there were certainly some puddles, but nothing like a flood that would require us to have some urgent need to perform that project over this project. So that is why we are recommending transferring the funds out of that project into this one, because it is urgent. So our recommendation is for the City Council to approve an agreement with Rehack General Engineering for Elena Slope Repair and Utilities Replacement Project in an amount not to exceed $411,838, and approve a total increased project budget of $166,838, and to direct staff to return with a mid-year budget amendment to transfer the $166,838 from the storm drain 01B Pipeline Kern and Anchor project to this project, the Elena Slope Repair and Utilities Replacement Project budget. And I will take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Qualic. Questions from council? Councilmember Ford?
I'm trying to think of any questions that I still have remaining. You may have said this, Mr. Pollack, and I apologize if I'm asking you to repeat it. If we do approve this additional amount of money that we pull from the other project, how long do you think that will delay that other project from coming forward? Is there like an estimated projected timeline on that, or was there even one to begin with?
Yeah, that's an important question. I think there was a theoretical timeline for the project in the budget when the project was originally approved. I will tell you right now that for our department, it's currently on hold because we have so many very high priority projects. And we don't see the current project at this time as being high priority. Again, that there's no urgent need to do it. There's no existing infrastructure that's creating sinkholes or anything like that. It really is sort of just a good project to do for the sake of the roundabout.
That's my only question. Thank you, Mr. Qualic, for answering that.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes, I do have a couple questions. More of a general questions of how can we be better prepared for situations like these in your expertise? I mean, just for the general community to understand the difference between something like this and a project down the road.
Thank you for the question. I think, in my view, the answer is prioritization and looking at what projects we have on the books and making sure we're taking care of the urgent ones first. This one was a high priority for us, and our city engineer, who's been here less than a year, has thus far, amongst all the other things he's done, has put 3 projects out to bid, and this is the 3rd one because it is high priority. The 2 that came before it, which is wayfinding signage and the paving job, were farther along in their design, and that's why they came first. When the design of this project was completed, we set up a contract and took it out to bid. And so, I mean, really, it's moved rather quickly in the last 6 months. I think the frustration from the community is that the project had been ongoing for a few years. The city had known about it. In our view right now, the thinking in the department is that these corrugated metal pipe storm drains are a problem, and we need to fix the urgent ones that we have out there, and we need to come back to council for approval for kind of a larger project where we line the older CMP storm drains so that they don't fail in the same manner. And I think in that way we'd be better prepared to, instead of spending, $500,000 on a project, maybe 100 or 200,000.
And on that, how could we better identify these kind of emergency situations?
Well, the best way to do it would be to stick cameras up all the storm drains, and that will take quite a bit of work. That would be performed by a professional engineering firm who would make recommendations on repairs or replacements, depending on the damage that they see with the camera. And so currently we're talking through in the Public Works Department, including that as part of a capital assessment that we already have funded from the City Council. But that is something we still are working through, and we will be bringing a recommendation in that regard to the City Council.
Okay. Then lastly, if we were to award and move that money tonight, what happens to that money if it is not used?
Yeah, so the money would go back to their respective funds. So right now, we have 3 funds. We have Measure CUNY, we'd have this sewer fund because there is a sewer line there, and then we have money that's transferred out of this project. So we'd look at how the money is spent and then move it back to those funds if part of it wasn't spent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barton.
No questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Landrum.
I wanted to know, with the easement, well, with when would the project start?
If City Council chose to award this bid tonight, we would be looking at starting in mid-February.
And does that include the time, I mean, do we know that we can get an easement, like, easily, or?
We don't anticipate any serious issues getting an easement. Everyone in the neighborhood is pretty eager to see this project happen. We have had an easement agent reach out to the adjacent homeowner about this question. So I don't anticipate that would be an issue. We could certainly get more detail on that if you like.
Well, I just wonder, like, if it is a problem, and then would that postpone, that would postpone the mid-February date?
If we had a problem obtaining a temporary construction easement and if we were not able to access the property, then sure, that would pose a problem.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions?
Oh, I do.
Questions?
I just wonder, I'm new to this, so are there normally a set of plans in this packet that we get, like, so that we could see?
So the plans would have gone out with the bid document that went out, I believe, in November, that goes out to contractors. I mean, occasionally, the city would bring back plans for review by the Public Works Advisory Board and the City Council. I think the plans here are very technical in nature, and typically there's no need for City Council to review that unless that was a request from the City Council. It would certainly delay implementing projects such as these if we did take that route. So for example, if we were designing a park or something like that, we would certainly want to bring that to the City Council. But if it's an underground pipe, I'm not sure what the need would be.
Well, and then the second highest bid was a local contractor, right?
Yes, it was.
I mean, the second lowest, sorry, second
Yes,
lowest.
yeah.
And would that, like, expedite it at all, like, to have someone local do it? Is it, like, could it be considered an emergency to get a local person to do it instead of the Auburn company?
Oh, I heard 2 questions there, and one, I may have to defer to the city attorney, Mr. Newmeyer, if we could count this under our current state of emergency order. So we have timelines built into the contract. Mr. Riddio's here. I believe it's 20 days after execution of the contract.
Thanks for the question.
This is City Engineer Eric Riddio.
I believe it's 15 days after the notice of proceed that the contractors demobilize. I've been in touch with the contractors, so they are ready to go once we have the contract. It takes some time to get the contract signed, and insurance and bonds, but they are aware of the immediacy of the need and ready to work on the project once we're ready to go. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's such an extreme situation. I hope we can get to it right away.
Any other questions? Okay, with that, and I'm going to pass on questions right now. Thank you for the site visit, and Eric, thank you for the site visit. Seeing this versus the pictures, you really get the magnitude of what the situation is. So at this time, I'd like to open public comment for item C2.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Terry Simons. First of all, I'd like to say that I recognize that this is a long-awaited project, and it precedes the current city engineer and his new staff. And I think that perhaps it's unfortunate that this comes at this time. By the way, I had a 40-year history as a general engineering contractor. A good portion of that was doing public works contracting. And I would take exception with the fact that the low bidder must be awarded the bid. There are plenty of options in the Public Works Code that allow for agencies to determine that a public contractor's low bid is not necessarily a qualifying low bid. I have done some research on the out-of-town contractor, and while I don't have anything definitive, I'm very concerned about this contractor, his work experience, and his history. And I do not want to see a revisiting of the Anvil experience that we experienced by going simply with low bid. I think that Councilperson Zara makes a very good point about have we contacted local contractors. Local contractors have local knowledge and they have abilities to mobilize into jobs in a way that an out-of-town contractor may not have, particularly on a job like this. Having done this kind of work, I would assume that the city has a fairly substantial easement already in the alignment of the pipeline. If that's not the case, then obviously they're going to have to secure additional easements. I would hope that that easement would be about 10 feet wide. That would be typical. If it's less than that, there are mechanisms for moving in a smaller easement. I would have hoped that the staff would have spoken to contractors about whether they could do this job without the need of additional easements. I'm very concerned about expanding the budget. When you expand a budget like this with additional cost overruns, our history in this town is that the contractors find a way to spend it all. And I think that this is a prime example of an opportunity. If I were still bidding projects like this, in fact, out of curiosity, when this was out to bid, I looked at this project. The frustrating part of it for me is that under the new procedures, I couldn't get access to a set of plans. I had to go down and actually buy a set of plans from a local vendor. And since they're all digital anyway, I don't know why they weren't available on the Public Works website for citizens or anybody to review. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but it wasn't clear to me. Anyway, I would be very concerned about awarding a bid, and particularly concerned about a start work order that was going to start around the 1st of February. I've lived here long enough to know with the season that we've got coming with this first rains, February could easily be the worst rain month we have this rain season. So I think as much urgency as there may be, I think it's inappropriate to do anything at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Barry Brannon, citizen of Morro Bay for a very long time. This project is obviously critical, but there's one that's been on the one water program for a long time, and that's the repair of the main sewer line on Beachcomber. And we talk about priorities. I think if you look at the records from the wastewater treatment plants, you'll notice that every time we get 1 inch of rainfall in this town, it doubles the flow in the plant because of the infiltration into the sewer plant. And I would like at this time to see if I could get some resolution on when that big main project on Beachcomber, which is so critical, that hillside is sliding off into the state park's campground. The road has been moving west for 20 years. The gaps in the roads are getting wider, and the manholes in the street are growing. If manholes don't grow, that means that all of the ground and the pipes around it are sinking. And this is very, very important. We're not seeing those priorities listed, and this needs to really be elevated. This example of this storm drain has been going on for over 3 years. There's been no prioritization. Thank you for having the qualified people we see. Thank you for what you're doing, but I would really like to accelerate the Beachcomber projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Donnelly again. My first concern about this project is that when the contractor bid on this, it's different today than it was then. So you have different site conditions, and it's probably going to erupt into a claim or a change order off the bat. And this concern about the easements, in my experience in the past, we always got our easements before we invited bids. So the contractor didn't know he's stepping into a hornet's nest and it doesn't have permission to chase off the site because of landowner. The other big concern I have, and having looked at the plans, is that wall. It's a freestanding wall. It's based upon this gravity wall based upon its weight alone, but there's nothing anchoring it to the ground. I would recommend you put piles down and then anchor it to the piles. The other thing is that you got a surcharge in the wall, so over time it might just start to lean. So I don't know who's responsible for maintaining that wall over time. And at the top of the wall on the uphill side, there should be a swale to prevent water leaking down behind that wall and keep it from overtopping onto the property to the north. So the whole thing about this project, it looked like it wasn't really thought out well. And it seems to me that the timing was off. Now, I know that the city hired Cannon and Associates to do this design a long time ago, and they just finished up the design in November. And so I can give the city engineer recommendations for having run it out and get the contract awarded quickly, but boy, he's picked the wrong time of year to do it. Thank you.
I just wanted to make the comment that since there seems that there is a little discretion about who you award the contract to, and it's not entirely because of the lowest bid, that council or whoever makes the decision might give a little extra boost to the local bidders, because that tends to keep, workers operating in the area that are from the area. It tends to keep the money that is people prosper from doing the work. That money is also kept in the area, and it benefits the entire area in a manifold way that doesn't happen if you do it to somebody that apparently has lesser experience from out of town. And it's all unfortunate that, it seems like somebody really dropped the ball somewhere 3 years ago on this project, and that's part of the problem, but I hope we can learn something and move forward in a way that helps the community. Thank you.
Good evening again, Bill Martini. On listening on this, first off, it's a sticker shock of a couple hundred feet of a drain, $500,000. I know there's a little more to it than that, but we have a couple ranches. I've done, road crossings and drains and had people do dirt work. And if it was a private individual looking at that, I would probably say 50 grand, 25, 50 grand. But I think I'm getting at the city over and over again after coming off of a $160 million wastewater treatment plant that probably should have been 40 to 60 million. In all these different projects, I have figures I've heard now that they're talking a 1 million gallon water tank, maybe, doing a singular water tank, 15 to 20 million. Some of these figures just are astronomical. I've known of 1 million gallon, 3 acre foot water tanks that you can go in ground for $1 million. I'm getting off the subject, but I think the point being, if this had been jumped on originally, the price would have been 1/3. But even at that, I think the city really has to look at the spending costs of some of these projects and how can we do it more reasonable and save it, or get more projects for the dollar, or figure out some way, talk to some local engineers on how we can bring down the costs, because some of these projects are just, I think, getting really out of hand for a couple hundred feet of a drain and shoring up a hillside and talking $500,000. To me, it's just kind of a crazy price that we're paying. Thank you. I just do want to say, though, the project definitely needs to be done. You know, it's critical. Thanks.
Thank you.
Betty Winholtz, one hesitates to talk after several engineers, professional engineers. But my concern is not only just fiscal, but also the immediacy of the neighbors. The circumstances changed in the last 24 hours. This is a different project. It needs to be done yesterday. And so if you can get a local guy to do it for almost the same amount of money tomorrow, it's an emergency. And you have properties that are at risk, which I would think then would border on, is there going to be a lawsuit? So to me, you need to act efficiently and not go with whatever may be, oh, well, we promised this guy this if we do this. No, this is a different situation now. You need to think differently about it. And then I do want to ask the question, at one point the city gave a bonus or a reduction percentage benefit to local bidders. Was that done on this project, and is that still being done on all projects? Thank you.
Evening, Linda Donnelly. So the speakers are right. I mean, there 4 professional engineers just got up and spoke. I don't know civil what, but I know one civil. The Elena Slope project, it's 20% contingency. It's almost unheard of. It should be between 5 and 10. 20% is 189% over the estimate. Where is this money coming from? This is not the same project it was put out to bid for. It was, a few people went out to look at this project on Saturday, I believe, or Sunday, took photos. The next day, the sewer line broke. So you had raw sewage going down that whole slope that you saw that sunny picture of. And I know the crews were called and they came out and stopped that. But you have also that whole side of, so the project is, the house endangers at the top of the hill. And those lots down below, you don't have easements for yet. You haven't procured them. That should be part of what the job is for whoever's advertising this to get, right? So that you don't step into problems along the way and delays and so forth. You have the poor woman that is next to this property and being told that, well, we'll move your chicken coops or whatever, but we're going to stage up above. And, you know, do you have the easements? Are you, the other question I have, you know, who did the estimate for this project? The city has known about this for 3 years. Yes, we have a backlog of projects like this. But with the rains that we're having right now and that are expected to come in the next few weeks, this week, we're only going to have maybe 2 dry days this week. And a good, I don't even know, 4 feet of that green, that hillside that you saw, is falling over. Because it's drenched. It can't take any more water. Do we need, is this an emergency? Yes. But to Zara's, Ms. Landrum's question, nobody answered her. Can we do this as an emergency? I'm looking at you, Mr. Collins. Can we do this as an emergency, under an emergency, and put it to a local contractor that would be ready to rock and roll? I had one more thought. Escaped my head. Okay.
Thank you, Linda.
But, oh, I know what it was. No, I found Mr. Kwolek's answer to Ms. Landrum's question about she couldn't find the plans shocking. Shocking. I couldn't find the plans either. So to find the plans, you have to go on city's website or to asap.com and look up the projects.
Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? AGP, is there anyone in the queue?
Madam Mayor, we have no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Is that question going to be for you, Mr. Qualic? Is there a local bidder credit still given?
So, thank you, Mayor. And I did take some notes during that public comment, so I'm happy to answer any questions. But it seems that seems to be the most urgent one, is whether or not we could use a local contractor. We don't have a provision that I'm aware of in our procurement policies that allow for a bid preference for local bidders. Again, I would defer to City Attorney Chris Newmeyer about the question of whether we could declare this some kind of an emergency and use a local bidder, but I frankly would have serious concerns about that for two reasons. One is if we did that, because in my experience, in order to do some sort of sole source procurement, it would look like we are avoiding public contract code, and therefore we would be vulnerable to a bid protest. In which case, one of the other bidders, for example, the low bidder, could come back and say, wait a minute, I went through the process, that's the legal process, I won the bid, and you gave it to someone else. And that would be the sort of thing that could delay the project, and not only that, but wind up in court, and we'd very likely lose. Further, I don't know of any reason why this contractor is unqualified to do the work, which has been suggested, or that they can't do the work in a timely manner, which has also been suggested. Mr. Ridio has contacted references for the contractor. Mr. Ridio has spoken with the contractor. They are ready to go. And to be frank, I mean, they got the low bid, and that's how this works. One of the commenters stated that that's not the only way to select a contractor. That's true. Again, we could do a sole source procurement, and city council, but that is a very complicated process that would involve justifying the sole source. You know, what is it about this project that only one contractor could do? And I don't think we could come up with that kind of justification. And the fact that we already have 4 contractors bidding on it would suggest that we wouldn't have any basis for that justification. So I would leave it up to the city manager on whether or not to bring in the attorney on this question.
Director Qualic, City Manager, I could address the emergency conditions necessary if the mayor would like for changing this process.
Yes. Yes, please, Mr. Newmeyer.
So under the public contracting code, as Director Qualic talked about, the city has many, many more restrictions than any other type of contract that the city enters into. The public contracting code is very strict on, we have to award the contract to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. The responsive part is basically, you know, dollars and cents, and the proposed award, they're responsive. In regards to being a responsible bidder, that's the area where there's a little bit of flexibility, but from the discussion and the staff report, I don't see that being something that we could pursue. In summary, as Director Qualic said, we would face an exposure to liability if we didn't award this to the lowest responsible bidder. In regards to emergencies, the public contract code does allow the city council in an emergency on a 4/5 vote to not competitively bid a project, but the conditions are pretty strict. The council has to find that the project could not be competitively bid, and the emergency warrants immediate action. I think that'd be a very difficult condition to meet, given that we have competitively bid this project. And so I don't see a legal mechanism warranting this being an emergency award. I can address more of the details if the mayor would like, but at this point, I think public contracting code, and based upon the staff report and the community development departments, and the public works department review of all of this, we have before us a choice. We can reject all the bids, or, we can award the project to the lowest responsible bidder. Council can reject them all, though, if they want, and you don't have to have a reason to do that. I would caution, though, that it sounds like the work needs to start soon.
Thank you, Mr. Newmeyer. Mr. Kwolek, will there be a, potentially because of the change in scope of this job based on the recent weather changes and the more extreme fracturing of this project, is this going to change the cost of the project?
It would certainly be reasonable to expect that because there is a differing condition than what was bid out. So, yes.
And do you feel that this contingency, as high as it is, which I agree seems high at 20%, would be adequate to cover that? Or do you believe, or maybe that's an Eric question, that it's going to surpass that because
As far as would the contingency cover, it's unknown. That's kind of the reason we pursued a higher contingency, because of some of the unknowns. Now, there are changing conditions there, but the wall itself is in front of where the failure has occurred. So what would really likely be the most significant change would be the amount of backfill and the work done behind the wall. The wall itself is not changing. There was comments about the type of wall, a gravity wall, and that's, I'm not a structural engineer, so I can't comment whether it's better to use a gravity wall or to do piles. But the structural engineer with the consultant, Cannon, did visit the site and in his expert opinion did think that the gravity wall was the best solution in this case. As far as future maintenance, it is, I do want to clarify one thing, that there is an existing sewer easement. It is, the storm drain was placed at some time without proper easement. So what we are doing is basically putting a storm drain easement on top of that sewer easement. So we're making it a dual easement. And then there are temporary construction easements that are required for entry into the property, and those are the easements that we're pursuing right now. But as far as scope change beyond the fill, it's just, I can't comment on what I would project that could happen, so.
Thank you. I'll open this up to council. Ms. Barton, would you like to start?
have seen the project, as I think everybody else did also, and it's definitely an urgent situation. And having heard the city attorney's opinion and the restrictions on us that are placed by the public contract code, in my opinion, we need to move forward. And we already have a contractor who's we've already been and we've seen the various bids, and so in my opinion we need to move forward. And so I would like to recommend that we adopt resolution number 0323, approving an agreement with REHAC General Engineering for this project. And there's, okay, so I'm throwing it out there. That's what.
Okay.
I just think we need to move forward.
Okay. Councilmember Landrum?
I agree with Councilmember Barton that it is extremely important in an emergency. I just wonder if they, so I assume the process is, since it's changed, you don't think that there's going to be much difference in price other than the 20% contingency. But if it is a big difference, like how does that process work? Like I need to be caught up on how that all works.
Thank you for your question. currently, we're hoping that the 20% contingency would cover any kind of differing condition change that would be requested by the contractor. So I do want to be clear about one thing, that to use that contingency, we have to have a change in scope or a differing condition. So it's not as though, you know, we want to give the contractor more money, or the contractor says, hey, this is hard. You know, they have to have some new job that we gave them, or there has to be some new condition out there for us to give them more money. And that's something that we're responsible for holding the contractor to. Now, if we did exceed above and beyond the project budget, including the 20% contingency, then we'd have to come back to the city council for permission to spend more money.
But we'd already be locked in with that.
Your mic.
We would already be locked in with that first contractor, the lowest bid contractor.
That's correct. I mean, if there was something like on top of the job that, you know, we also wanted to do another thing, but we didn't want to use the same contractor, that could be an option. But if what we're thinking about is like in the middle of the job, we're digging into the, you know, we're digging a hole or something, and we find something that was totally unexpected that would make this project more expensive, then yeah, we would be using the same contractor.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yeah, just after listening to everything tonight, something I'm hearing very loud and clear in my mind is it sounds like to me that we need a capital investment plan here, and a way to identify these issues before they get to this point, right? And that was mentioned tonight, so that's probably something that we might want to take a look at more imperatively. That's my comment on that.
Councilmember Ford?
So my only question comes because it sounds like a lot of our folks that are here tonight are concerned about the urgency, and hiring someone that is local would expedite, you know, doing what needs to be done. In your, or I guess, I don't know if this would be a question for Eric or for you, sorry, Mr. Kwolek or Mr. Ridio, but if we were to hire, let's say we risked lawsuit and all the things, we were to hire the second lowest bidder, went with local, would they be able, from what you've heard, be able to start sooner than February?
Thank you for the question. I'll give an overview answer of that, and if you're interested in more detail, we can bring up Mr. Eric Ridio. But no, I mean, there really isn't a reason to believe that a contractor who is 2 hours closer in terms of their headquarters to the city would necessarily be able to mobilize more quickly. Contractors are very busy doing work. Some may have different timelines that they're working with because of other projects that they're working on. That may have played into why they bid the way they did. The reality is that, you know, Fresno is 3 hours farther away than Arroyo Grande, for example. Just because someone's based out of, just because a contractor is based out of Fresno, to use that example, does not mean, I mean, their equipment may be mobilized on the Central Coast currently. So for them to get here might not take as long. But again, I mean, there might be a savings in a couple of hours, but not in any significant saving of time.
Okay, that was the concern that was raised by me just listening, and so thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the comments that certainly Councilmember Ford was talking about and the community here, and I agree with, there's always a concern for, as a local company, have the opportunity to have quicker mobilization just out of sheer location. And knowing that there's an urgency puts us in a really difficult situation, because I think we're all frustrated realizing the magnitude of the problem, and I'm not trying to speak for someone else, for myself, but it's unfortunate because we're spending twice what we probably needed to of our taxpayers' money, and that's where my issue is. And yet we're put in a position where, due to the emergency status of it, we don't have much choice. We can't say, no, we're not going to take a bid and go back, because it's just not an option at this point. And I would share and echo what Ms. Winholt said. I always understood, unless something's changed, and I'd like to follow up on it, and I will myself, that we did give a local bidder credit. That was something that, when I was on council before, we did have available, so I'd be curious to know if we don't, when it went away and why, and revisit that, but that's another topic. So at this point, Ms. Barton, if you'd like to, Councilmember Barton, if you'd like to move with your motion.
Okay. I would like to adopt resolution number 0323 to award the bid for this project, the Elena Slope Repair and Utilities Replacement Project, in an amount not to exceed $411,838, to, looking for my firm name here, let's see, I lost it. Oh, right, and why can't I see it now? Oh, REHAC, and make that award to REHAC Construction.
Thank you. Do I have a second, please?
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Eric, for coming down tonight to answer our questions. Appreciate that. We'll move on to C3, which is going to be approval of purchase of 11 mobile license recognition cameras from Vigilant Solutions, and I believe we're turning this over to Chief Watkins.
Yeah, it's a weird name, too.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be here to get to present this to you this evening. Can you hear me okay? So what I'm presenting to you this evening is license plate reader cameras and software presented, or the vendor is requested is Vigilant. That's why we have my slide coming up here. Wonderful, thank you. So as you see on the first slide, it says license plate reader by Vigilant. Vigilant is the vendor that was selected to move forward with this project, if you all see fit. What's that? Tell me next slide now. Okay, thank you. I'm already putting the city manager to work. Look at that. So the overall purpose, obviously, for us is in recommendation is to request approval for the city council to purchase and lease Vigilant LPR cameras. The goal in this project is to reduce crime in the city while being mindful of privacy for our community and our visitors. Next slide. So as I move through these slides, there's some technical information on here, but I also want to make sure that I get everybody's questions answered. Without completely getting too deep into the weeds, I want to make sure that we understand the technology behind it, as well as the benefits that it will bring to law enforcement efforts in Morro Bay. So what are LPR cameras? LPR is short term for license plate reader, a system of digital camera that takes a digital photograph of a vehicle and the license plate. Supporting software and a database linked to the camera provides the capability to recognize the plate, as well as the make, model, and color of the vehicle. Once the license plate is captured, the system instantly compares the plate number to a California Department of Justice database containing wanted criminals or persons of interest with associated vehicle license number. The cameras scan thousands of plates in the same amount of time it would take a person to scan a few. So in this moment, I just want to break and mention the database that the information is run through. It has been in existence for years. And when I say years, going back to probably the 60s and 70s. The DOJ database, just to give you an idea, when I started this job 24 years ago, if I was in my patrol vehicle and I was traveling throughout my city, conducting enforcement, checking for criminals on the street, I would pull up behind a vehicle and I would run the license plate through my CLETS or my mobile dispatching terminal, which is connected to the DOJ database. I would type in the license plate, and if that license plate was in the database for a number of reasons, stolen vehicles, wanted subjects, maybe a missing persons plate associated with a missing person, that would immediately, my mobile dispatching terminal would give me an alert. And then I would have to confirm that alert through my dispatch. This technology doesn't change any of that. It takes one officer to be behind the right plate at the right time to run that plate for a various number of reasons and receive that information confirmed through dispatch. The officer is sitting behind the vehicle, confirming the plate, the model, the make, the location of the hit, if you will, on the database. The only thing that these cameras do is creates an opportunity for license plates to be captured on a regular basis from one officer, one plate, to the 2 or 3 officers we might have on the street. When the vehicles pass by these cameras, you're capturing thousands of plates. So it's increasing our probability of catching the criminals as they enter our system. Moving forward to the next slide. How does the LPR technology work? High-speed camera with infrared filter, or 2 cameras, high resolution, and 1 infrared camera, a processor and application capable of performing sophisticated optical character recognition to transform the image of the plate into an alphanumeric characters. Application software to compare the transformed license plate characters to database of license plate of interest to law enforcement, and a user interface to display the images captured, the result of the OCR transformation, and an alert capable to notify operators when a plate matching an agency's hot list is observed. The officer logged into the system receives an alert that shows the vehicle. The reason for the alert could be a crime, missing person, ongoing investigation. It then logs the date and the photograph of the vehicle and the license plate. So ultimately, all the technology, all this camera is doing is exactly what the cop in the car is doing when we're behind that vehicle, when we manually ran that plate through our system. So the database hasn't changed. Nothing has changed other than the opportunity to place these cameras at the entrance and exits of our city to capture more plates, to make our work more efficient in catching criminals when they're entering and exiting our city. Next slide, please. So continuing with how the system works, officers log into the LPR system with a unique ID and password, letting the agency know that they are using the system. An audit trail is created and stored in the administrative system logging the use and information that the officer has used. The officer then, as he or she is out on patrol, and again, it doesn't have to be, it's not a camera that's on the vehicle, so they're placed in strategic locations throughout the city. An officer might receive an alert. That alert immediately gives the officer the information, and the officer then has to verify that the information provided by the camera is accurate information. It also provides the officers with the ability to search partial plates and vehicle descriptions to perform follow-up investigations, identify suspects, and clear cases. And I'll get into that a little bit more as we go through the presentation here. Next slide, please. So what does an LPR system collect? System collects contextual photo of the vehicle, an image of the license plate, geographic coordinates of where the image was captured, and date and time of the recording. Everything that, when I mentioned in my previous story, the officer would have been there in person to receive that information. What the system does not collect is any individual person, personal information. The data captured by the LPR unit itself is anonymous, meaning all it has is the plate number and the interface with the DOJ database, so that it alerts you as to that particular license plate is on the hot list or is necessary to be investigated further. There is no personal identifiable information contained in the LPR record. Information collected must be queried in a separate secure state government database of vehicle license plate records. That's our CLET system. Next slide, please. So this has become kind of an industry standard because of, as I mentioned, the force multiplier. Having the right officer behind the right vehicle at the right time that is wanted or suspected of a criminal offense versus thousands of captures of license plates without the officer intervention. So as a force multiplier, widespread deployment and centralized database infrastructure has revolutionized the way in which law enforcement agencies operate, similar to the introduction of fingerprint analysis and DNA testing. If you all remember that, that was a huge breakthrough and a large investigative tool for law enforcement across the country. LPR makes existing resources more efficient and effective. Automated checking of suspect vehicles and proactive alerting has given law enforcement an edge on criminals using roads in our communities. Computer software can automatically, with minimal human intervention, detect threats, crimes, and events of interest. Database allows for immediate follow-up, assisting the police department with identifying suspects and lowering crime rates and increasing the possibility of arrest. Next slide, please. Biggest impact LPR on law enforcement has had. This technology has been around since the early 90s. And the biggest impact that we've seen is the ability to automatically check hundreds of vehicles while on patrol with minimum human intervention. Allows officers to conduct their normal duties while technology works effectively in the background. Ability to access real-time information, crime information, suspicious activity, and intelligence reports. Next slide, please. So how will LPR help Morro Bay? What I've listed here is a few crimes that we've seen at least over the last 2 years. Many of these you all are most likely going to be familiar with if you follow some of our press releases. First and foremost, the catalytic converter thefts. This is one of the tools and technology when we start to see those crime trends that we can identify, especially in certain situations, if they have a partial plate or a plate, they can enter it, any agency across California, across the country can enter it into the hot list system. And if that vehicle enters our community, we know what camera it passed at what time, and we've got the photograph of the vehicle and we have the license plate. So it gives us the immediate opportunity to intervene with that vehicle coming into our community to attempt to continue a crime trend. We've had some shots fired at a residence where was conducted by a subject inside of that came from a vehicle. That subject was ultimately captured, but some of the information that this LPR would have assisted us with is actually placing that vehicle in this city at the time the crime was occurred, which one of the things is what held us up in prosecution of that case that we're still trying to investigate and get resolved at this time. Vehicle hit and runs, we've had a few over the past few years. One was on Quintana Road, where a subject was seriously injured riding his bike home from work a late evening. We've had some arson crimes, large-scale commercial theft, vehicle thefts at the Rock and along Highway 1. These happen a lot during our summer months when we have a lot of tourists in town, people who come from out of the area and victimize people who are visiting our town because they know that they're leaving valuables in their car as they go out to the beach and surf or do whatever other activities you do on the beach where you don't want to hold all your valuables. Residential burglaries, missing persons, stolen vehicles entering our city, wanted vehicles associated with other crimes in and out of our city and county. And then, of course, Amber Alerts, officer safety alerts, public safety alerts. If we have a subject who is armed and dangerous and potentially on the run from law enforcement, if he or she is associated with the vehicle, that information can also be uploaded into that DOJ database. And if they enter or cross one of our cameras, we're immediately alerted. Continuing with how this will help Morro Bay. Morro Bay's unique geographical location, entrance and exit points are limited, resulting in fewer cameras required for maximum coverage. We can get creative and make sure that we put these cameras so that anyone who enters and exits, they're going to pass a camera at some point. The pictures that are taken are of the rear plate of the vehicle. Many of you know that not all states require front plates. Some people also don't follow the law where a front plate's required in the state of California. So rear plate is really the one that we are trying to capture because that is most likely on the vehicle. Recent and historical data has determined a large portion of criminal activity within Morro Bay is caused by subjects coming into Morro Bay from other cities. 70% of criminal activity involves a vehicle. Many times after a crime is committed, the victim of the crime does not have enough information to follow leads for an investigation. This information is important for a criminal investigation and successful prosecution of the offender. Many crimes involve vehicles, and often we receive no, partial, or limited suspect vehicle information. And I just wanted to touch base back on one of my points where the database and the hot list exist. One of the things that we can do with these captured license plates, if we have a major crime or an investigation of a crime occurring in our city, and maybe our victim sees a vehicle and gets the last number of the license plate, or they get just the make, model, and color of the license plate, this system can be queried by our detective that will provide additional leads that we've never had before. And a lot of the times, if we can't get a lead such as a vehicle can identify a suspect, or at least give us an opportunity to follow up with that individual who is operating that vehicle or registered to them in our city. So and this happens quite frequently, we just don't have the information, and because we don't have the information on the vehicle, our leads kind of go dry. In this situation, if a victim or a witness says, well, I know the last, I think it was this make of a vehicle, and the first number was a 7. This system can be queried date, time, location with those parameters, and that will those will give us some vehicle descriptions and some possible leads to follow up on those cases, creating an opportunity for us to solve these crimes that we've never been able to solve in the past, or with a lot more luck. This takes a lot of that luck out of it. And then I talked about it, address crime trend spikes in our city, the catalytic converter thefts and vehicle thefts out of vehicles at the Rock and along Highway 1. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. With a system like this, obviously it's very important, and in law enforcement, we want to make sure that we're following our policies. We contract with Lexipol, who is a leader in policies throughout the state and the nation, really. This policy, while it is not in effect yet, it is available and ready for deployment. That would be logged or listed on our policy on our website. But this policy would cover purpose and scope, administration of LPR data, LPR operation, LPR data collection and retention. We will only retain the license plate captures for a certain period of time, accountability and safeguards for our department and officers' use, and then also the training. Next slide, please. So the current SLO County agencies using LPRs, agencies with LPRs in operation are the SLO County Sheriff's Department, Grover Beach Police Department, and Paso Robles Police Department. Agencies with LPRs in process of implementation in 2023 is Pismo Beach PD, San Luis Obispo PD, and Arroyo Grande PD. So as you can see, every agency within our county is going to either have and be operating this type of technology, or they're moving in that direction. Next slide. And so just to wrap up, in our recommendation in the staff report, we are requesting to purchase one LPR camera to upfit our currently owned message board radar trailer. You've probably seen them around. They have message displays. Sometimes they'll display your speed. We like to purchase one camera, and we have to purchase that camera because we upfit it to our trailer, so it doesn't make it a lease as an option. So we'd purchase one camera to place on that mobile trailer. And one of the things that helps us with is it gives us the opportunity to have one camera on a mobile rotation that helps us with access to Highway 1. And because currently Caltrans, we're not allowed to affix any cameras on Caltrans property or the state highway. They don't allow it. Our mobile trailer, we can place where we believe maybe there's a crime trend or we've been having some issues. That mobile capability allows us to place it on Highway 1 without affixing it to any of their property. Second, we're asking to lease 10 cameras to be placed throughout the city. These cameras are on a lease, and there's a couple reasons why we were interested in going the lease option. Is it's a 5-year contract with Vigilant. The cameras on a lease, they're a little bit cheaper than buying them outright, one. And number two, as we all know, technology changes yearly, if not every other year. Under a lease option, if a new camera, a better system within Vigilant comes up, they will change out those cameras, and so we're always on the cutting edge of that technology. Additionally, after that 5 years, the contract is up. If this is something that the community is still behind and sees the benefit of this technology, we continue to move forward with another 5-year contract. If the community is unhappy or we're not seeing the results that we're looking for, then we can return the cameras. We'll still have the one that we purchased on the mobile trailer, still have access to all the software and everything else with that one. But it gives us the opportunity to really vet this program and see the benefit of it. And typically, 5 years is about how long you need to really get a good database collection for knowing if something is working. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief. Council questions? Councilmember Edwards?
Yeah, hi, thank you for that presentation, Chief Watkins. I'm obviously new, so I am curious. My understanding, this is monies coming from Measure Q and E, which is for public safety, typically earmarked for that. I'm just curious, do you have any other needs you foresee in the future outside of this, I guess? Is there anything that you see coming down the pike, so to speak?
That's an excellent question, and obviously the answer is absolutely. I have a whole bunch of ideas. But like any good team member, understanding the budget and things like that, I think that like I mentioned in our crime trends and how this will help Morro Bay, in the last 2 years we've seen an uptick in Morro Bay generally gets a lot of property crimes, not so many violent crimes, but we've seen a small shift in that. And in our cases that we've solved, people are getting a little more brazen, and a lot of those individuals, there's vehicles associated, and certainly they are not always residents of Morro Bay, they're visitors to Morro Bay. And so I think in this moment in time, on our scale of projects that we're looking to implement to keep our community safe and keep our officers safe, this is on the top of our list. So yeah, we will have more projects, but understanding that you know, this is something that we've identified for this year, and we're definitely interested in pursuing that.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to commend you on your report, Chief Watkins. I have this whole list of questions, and I have been scratching them out as I go.
Excellent.
I have one remaining, and I'll make it quick. And I'm not sure if you know this or not, but is there a error rate with any? Is there a certain amount of error that happens because it's a camera and not like an officer standing there, or sitting there?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Great question. So absolutely, with technology, there's always a possibility of error. And I have been through some trainings in preparation for this, and one of the things that I do know that's been brought up is, different plates, different states can have similar numbers, markings, things like that. And at times, the camera can, call out a Texas plate when it's really a Alabama plate. And that's why they have the safeguard in check, that the officer, it gives the plate description. The photograph of the plate, it gives the vehicle description. And so the officer has to look at that and confirm that if it says that it's, if they run that plate through our CLETs, through our dispatch, and it comes back as an Alabama plate, but it's a Texas plate on the picture, well, then obviously that's an error, and we need to follow up with that. It happens. It's not frequently, but all technology has to be, safeguarded with human check, and this system has that in place.
Thank you. That answers my only question.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barton?
I just have one question, and I also wanted to say thank you for your very thorough presentation. It's an amazing technology. I'm curious, the one camera that we're getting, and we're going to mount it on that trailer, the others then, will they be mounted permanently around town? And if so, how do you do that? Is that a pole? Is that how do you do that?
Yes, so great question, and I appreciate you asking that, so I can, I don't know that I put that in my report, so thank you. Yes, the remaining 10 cameras would be affixed to a pole. They would not be mobile. They're outfitted with a solar, so we wouldn't draw any power. So it's just simply the installation would be a pole that would be placed by city staff at a designated location that would give us the best vantage point for the license plates. And they're pretty self-contained. They have everything that they need. And so those locations would be fixed to something similar to a light pole. We can use pre-existing poles if they are in the right location to give us the best frame of reference for those cameras. So in some cases, we might be able to use poles that already exist, but they are such a high quality, and they're used for deployment. And we can move those things around too. Once we have those cameras, if we put it in one location and determine that there's a better location later, we can move it. So, but those 10 cameras that we're leasing will be affixed and not mobile unless we get up, remove them from the pole, and place them in another location.
I just thought of another question. When we're leasing them, are we responsible if they are removed from that pole, not by the police department? Are we responsible for that, or is that something that the company covers? Or
So great question. The company covers any kind of, they're under warranty. So any issue with the camera, any defects, any kind of camera issue, the company comes out, replaces it at no charge to us. Within the staff report, you see the ongoing cost, and under annual replacement plan, if there is a subject that, let's say, and it happens, they damage the camera themselves, or they get up and remove the camera, then we then, with that replacement plan, they will come out and give us another camera because we've paid for that replacement plan. And I think at that point, it's $100 per camera. But when that happens, understand that we're going to have a pretty good picture of, it doesn't take pictures of people, but if you get close enough to do some damage or steal the camera, we're going to have a picture of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Landrum?
I just, thank you. That was excellent, the report. That did answer almost all my questions. I just wanted to know, with 3 entrances into town, it's 11 of them total, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So how, can you explain why we would need so many more, like, throughout town?
So we're capturing rear plates. Let me scoot over so I can see you. We're capturing rear plates. And so if we could, with one camera, capture, so each direction, you're going to need 2 cameras. So really, it's 5 designated locations. And if you look at the city, and it doesn't mean that 2 cameras have to be right next to each other. But we started with about 16 cameras. And through the process of elimination and some strategic work, where can we place these cameras where we can get the number down to 10? 10 is, because of our geographic location, 10 is probably the lowest number that most agencies will even consider starting with. And that won't cover their entire city. We believe that 10 cameras will cover our city. And it's not until we get those cameras up and take a look to see if we are missing some vehicles traveling in and out. But I think that with 10, we should be able to cover our city quite well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but before we go to public comment, I just want to check in with council because it is almost 9:30. So looking for council approval to go past to finish the one other item and this one other item. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah, there's only one more.
Thank you, yes. With that, we'll open public comment.
I'm staying, thank you. My name's Terry Simons, local Morro Bay. First of all, let me give you a little background of my relationship with the former commander, now Chief Watkins. I became involved with her participation in the city through Neighborhood Watch. And I can tell you, for those of you who don't know me, I'm probably the most conservative anti-government person that you could imagine. I'm a constitutional fundamentalist, and if I believe in any role in government, it's in the protection of the public. And we started talking about cameras on the little mobile speed check about 4 or 5 years ago. And I don't know whether I planted that seed and it grew into this, but we were talking about just a camera to do that, to basically catch a few speeders. I am thrilled with what I'm hearing in this proposal. You talk about a force multiplier. You look at what this camera surveillance system can do. And again, remember my position. I do not believe in government intrusion. I'm convinced that there are enough safeguards involved that there is no government intrusion. I also believe that our system has overburdened our penal system to go above and beyond proving a crime. And I think this will be a strong deterrent to help our police department protect our public. So I can't, in the strongest words possible, tell you how supportive I am of this project, and I would hope that you would find that it's meaningful to the community. We have 40,000 visitors on the weekends. We have most of the crimes committed in this community are done by people coming from out of town intending to commit crimes. These are not casual crimes of opportunity. These are professional thieves and vandals and burglars who come here to do us harm. And they can do it very easily because we have so many tourists. If this were a small town without a tourist base, they would be easily identified. But we're not that town. We're a town that's accustomed to having strangers in our midst all the time. This is one very, very effective way to help sort out the strangers from the locals and to find the bad guys. I'm all in favor of finding the bad guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Nicole Dorfman again. And while I think I have similar tendencies to the last speaker, I'm going to be 180 degrees different than him on this. You know, I want to say, first of all, I do support the police. Thank you so much, Chief Watkins, for that really comprehensive presentation. I had a lot of questions that were answered. And I know that the police have some of the hardest jobs on the planet, and I so value what you do and for our community and keeping people safe every single day, often at risk to your own life and well-being. So it's a noble cause that we're addressing here, but I am very concerned about the growing security and surveillance state in our country right now. I think while license plate numbers are not inherently, we were told that they're not personally identifiable. The cameras don't take pictures of you. But if you're taking a picture of my car and my license plate, there's a really good chance that it's me behind the wheel. So they are identifiable. I'm wondering, I don't personally want to be surveilled every time I'm driving around doing my errands. And I wonder what guidelines are going to be put in place to assure that the surveillance is not misused and that data is not being gathered and sold to outside agencies and entities for other purposes, not necessarily by our own Morro Bay police, but by Lexipol or by the agencies who we're renting these cameras from. And the fact that we're potentially renting them maybe gives them more license to use this data. The buying and selling of data is the gold mine right now. So what's going to protect? They're going to go, oh, every morning Nicole Dorfman drives her child to school at Loams. Oh, she's the mother of a middle school child, so there she's going to be targeted for all these, whatever. I'm not interested in everybody knowing where I'm going on my daily basis unless you're my husband or my friend or my child. So that's that. I think that you know, I wonder, number one, how long is this data going to be held for? Is it, I guess, and I see where this is going. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to approve this. I'd like to start with one camera and see how that goes. But the fact that, anyways, we went through that. The money is not nothing, $150,000. Is that for the whole 5-year contract? Okay. So, but I've also heard with these discussions on capital improvements, $150,000 is going to go a long way towards fixing things, you know, storm drains that are broken that are also within the public safety arena that this money could be used for, that are existing and have been needed to be dealt with for years and years and years and have been put off. So there's my 2 cents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, good presentation. I was very influenced by Mr. Simons until Nicole Dorfman stood up. So I'm a little torn, but I do have 2 unanswered questions. One being, is there a deterrent to this, like the radar detectors and that kind of thing? And why wouldn't we be able to just rent one camera if we wanted to do a beta test and do it for 1 year? I mean, and do you get any other kind of benefit from the company do they contribute to the police auxiliary or something like that? But I guess you'll answer my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Oh, almost.
Sorry. Betty Winholtz. The only question I didn't hear answer is the report referred to a coordinator within the police department, and my concern is how much time this takes.
Thank you. Any more public comment? AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Madam Mayor, we have no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to council. I'll follow up, if I can, with you, please, Chief, with some of these questions. The guidelines for use, is there something in there that stipulates whether or not they can sell that information? I'll just give them all to you. I'm sure you wrote them down. The number of cameras was the question. Why do we have that many? And is there a deterrent to this, and the coordinator's time?
Absolutely, and those were all wonderful questions. I appreciate everyone sticking around and making sure that we get these answered because they're important. So let's tackle the information first. And so the information, this is software. The vendor provides the service to the City of Morro Bay Police Department. The information that is received is owned by the City of Morro Bay Police Department. We do not share the information. Obviously, in my presentation, you mentioned that we can reach out to other agencies, and we can certainly put the information or the vehicles that we're looking for on that DOJ hot list, and create an opportunity for other agencies to assist in apprehension and solving criminal cases along with us. We don't sell the information, and that is in the Lexipol policy as well. I would encourage anyone, so I did some searching through Lexipol. Lexipol represents quite a few, large number of agencies. I took a look at San Ramon Police Department. I'm sorry, Richmond Police Department had an excellent policy and was something that I was very interested in. And that kind of goes to another one of the questions is I believe it's the one camera question, and making sure and using that one camera to see if this is going to work for us. This technology has been tried and been successfully implemented through a number of law enforcement agencies, not only in California, but across the country. Just going through some research, I Googled, show me LPR successes recently, and there is no less than 5 to 6 pages of stories associated with law enforcement agencies being successful with this technology. So yeah, we could do one camera. It's what it's going to show us is really what other agencies have already seen. This technology is a force multiplier, and it works. The issue with the one camera is it would disappoint me greatly, and certainly this community, if we had the opportunity, if we had the suspect vehicle or the officer safety vehicle or the homicide vehicle that went through our city and it didn't pass that one camera. So I completely understand if this was new technology and something that hadn't been tried and true through a number of agencies, then I would completely agree. We still have that option. We can do one camera. I just fear that if we don't seek that opportunity, that we could be missing already what we're missing without having these cameras. Do you have?
Coordinator's time?
Yes, so there will be a coordinator assigned to the program to make sure that all of the policies that we mentioned are being followed. An annual audit and report can certainly be generated and presented through our annual report so that you all in the community see the successes that these cameras provide. I would say that for the extra few hours during a month-long period of time, it is greatly going to reduce some of the work-intensive or investigative-intensive work that is going to come without these cameras. So where it makes one person a little busier, maybe a 2-3 hour extra a month, it's going to save us a lot of time in other areas, detective time, officer time, certainly our watch commander's time.
Thank you for that. So we'll go to council discussion. I'm going to lead off real quick, and I appreciate the presentation. I think that it is an opportunity for efficiency, and I do recognize when given an opportunity for items that you are desiring for your department through Measure Q&E, that there is a lot of thought process that goes into that because, like you said, the list is endless and there are a lot of things. So for this to rise to the top and you see value in it, I respect that. Knowing that there are many options you could choose from to request for that funding. I certainly hear the speakers, and I totally agree 100%. I'm not into Big Brother watching over us, but I'm hoping that the facts that you've brought forward will make us feel comfortable that, you know, some of those things will not happen. So thank you for that, and I will turn it over to Councilmember Barton.
I too support the request. I think it's a one that will be useful to us and keep us safer, and I just think it's a good thing.
Thank you. Councilmember Landrum?
It sounds almost like an extra man. Yeah.
Or woman?
Yeah.
Councilmember Ford?
I actually had the opportunity to talk to an officer from Pismo Beach, and I apologize, I cannot remember the individual's name, but I was at a different event, and we were just chatting about it and the excitement behind it and the usage, and so I had been looking into it, and then when this came across, I was excited to see that we were also considering it here in Morro Bay. And I just want to end with, if I have a child who's missing and I have the opportunity, or I miss the opportunity to use this technology because of that, one of our constituents has some crime committed to, against them, and we miss that opportunity to take care of things, I would feel horrible. So for that main reason, because my constituent safety is so important to me, I am in support of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Edwards?
I'm just going to say, enough said. That was well put, Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. With that, I'll move a motion to approve C3, approval of purchase of license plate recognition cameras.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote, please.
I apologize, I didn't catch the second. Was that?
Oh, me.
Thank you. Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And we have one more item to finish up with, so we don't have to bring it back. Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Collins for calendar goals.
Thank you, Mayor. Should be a quick item here. Great job tonight, first meeting. So staff recommends the City Council review the proposed council meeting calendar and adopt resolution number 04-23, approving the 2023 City Council meeting calendar, city goals, and budget development schedule. I'll go to the council meeting schedule first. It's attached. Briefly, Exhibit B is to the resolution includes fiscal year let's see, no, council meeting schedule, which includes proposed regular meetings, is attached. We count 21 meetings for the calendar year, which also includes the budget meetings. We also included sort of the overall flow of the overall budget process as well as another attachment. Ultimately, what that means is we work through CFAC and then come to City Council. We have 2 budget study sessions and then the ability to utilize 2 meetings in June for adoption of the budget. Depending on how much is in flux with the budget, we use those and sometimes more. But typically it's those meetings where the discussions occur and plenty of opportunity for public engagement. The strategic planning process tries to align its best with the budget process as well. Over the last several years, Council has used the early months of the year following an election to revise or review and revise city goals and action items that relate to those goals, and try to get as much input as we can in the months of January, February, and early March from the community in a variety of methods such as using surveys, going to the advisory boards and commissions and soliciting input from them, and community forum or forums. So we'd recommend following that same approach. In addition, because we have 3 new members to the council, we would suggest that there be a retreat in the late part of January, early February to be facilitated. And the whole purpose of that is that the 5 of you can help build the team out and also establish the norms of how you want to comport yourself moving forward. As I mentioned, the goals process will kick off here shortly. We'll get a survey out and certainly welcome input from council as to how we can get that out and how we can get folks engaged in this important process, because it ultimately sets not only the goals, but the action items, which means the work plan, the items that come to this body for review over time, and the projects that we put together, and ultimately what we propose in the budget for the upcoming budget in June. So we would recommend that, sticking that course, and obviously however we can get more word out and get more engagement would be fantastic. So with that, I will turn it over for questions.
Thank you very much. I have a question. Just from when I was here, and I know it was 10 years ago, we didn't take 2 breaks in July. Is there a reason why you're taking a whole month that we break? I just am concerned that it's a long time.
Sure. Council will change that 2020, I want to say. Yeah, and I think it was to accommodate, summer break for council members, mayor, for city staff. It certainly can be revised. It's at the sole discretion of the city council. But that's where we were last year, so we brought forward what we've done most recently.
So it was from last year, thank you.
Yeah.
And I will pass it up to other questions, other than I probably would have chosen a different word than retreat, just because it conjured up the meaning of something like fun.
Oh, got it, yeah.
Workshop, thank you.
All right, fair enough. Noted.
Thanks. Councilmember Landrum, questions?
This is just for 1 year, right?
Yes,
One
yes.
calendar.
The budget calendar and the city council meeting calendars for this year only.
Okay.
It only looks like 2 years.
Okay.
Councilmember Barton?
I'm just pleased to have it. It's nice to see the flow for the year.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yeah, I echo what Councilmember Barton says. It's great to have it in advance. I'm still working, so it's good when you're running a business. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll open up public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Terry Simons again. Let's get to the retreat, first of all, because that sounds exciting, and I hope it's in Vegas, and I hope the Brown Act requires me to come along, but probably not going to happen. I think my wife will have something to say about that, but I couldn't imagine a more fun group to go on a retreat with. I do have some thoughts on the city calendar, the council calendar. I think my ideas on government are fairly well known, but if you didn't hear me earlier, I think that if tonight's any example, you've moved this meeting along, you've handled a fairly comprehensive agenda, although you did have to push a couple of things, justifiably, I might add. I don't think that you can't get the job done in the meeting schedule of 21 meetings through the year. And I also recognize that if those were the only meetings that you had to go to as city council members, it would be one thing. But let's face it, you probably spend as much time in other meetings, doing other jobs, in your office, dealing with constituents and stuff. So if we can shorten the number of actual meetings, require staff to compress the agendas so that they aren't 180 pages long, and expedite the agenda the way you have tonight, I think it's very doable. I'm looking forward to an opportunity to participate as a public member in the formation of goals for this council and for years going forward, because I think the question about is this just for 1 year? City goals are city goals, and it's a rolling ball that each new council every year has an opportunity to tag a new thing on, and hopefully it's a snowball rolling downhill and it gets bigger and easier to deal with as we go. Budget development schedule, you can bet I'll be around every time you talk about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I see another.
Betty Winholtz, this has been a bee in my bonnet since it was proposed 2 years ago that you do not meet in July. That's 7 weeks, almost 2 months without any meeting of the council. And I really, as a constituent, object to that. I think that's a long time for you not to meet and make decisions, particularly this year when we're talking about wind farms and we're talking about the BESS and we're talking about Chevron and we're talking about the WRF. So I would ask you to add a meeting in July. Thank you.
Hi. Is this where we ask that you can change the time of the meeting? Like you could go to 6 o'clock instead of 5:30? It was mentioned earlier in the beginning of the meeting tonight.
You can ask.
I know. Well, you know, hey, this is the time to bring it up, I'll bring it up. And it's not called the WRF anymore, Betty. It's the WRC or something. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment? AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
We have one hand raised, and it is from Erica Crawford.
Thank you, Erica.
Crawford, you are able to speak now.
Hi, good evening. Again, this is Erica from home this time. Thank you for focusing on this. The council goals and objectives is something that the chamber has been interested in, has provided comment in the past, and this year is shaping up to be no different. We are excited to be hosting a 3-month-long limited series at our Breakfast on the Bay program that's all around civic engagement and facts. The program is designed to gain background and insight on how the city works from staff members, advisory board members, and policymakers themselves. So we'll be kicking this off next week with a panel discussion led by Greg Kwolek and your public services team. And then next month, we'll have community development with Scott Graham at the helm and that team. And then we'll finish it up in March on policy creation and implementation. And we're happy to have City Manager Scott Collins and Mayor Wixom participating on that panel. So I just want to make sure the community was aware that that was happening. It kicks off next week, and information and registration links are on morrowchamber.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. PG, anyone else in the queue?
Madam Mayor, we have no more raised hands.
Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to council. Comments? Councilmember Ford?
I do not have any comments at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Edwards?
No comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Landrum?
I just had one question about on February 28th, on both pages, they're different. Is budget forecast study session, and then for the fiscal year one, budget presentation? Is that
essentially the same thing, just worded incorrectly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good catch, thank you.
Okay.
I think they are different.
Well,
The budget forecast is a special meeting prior to the regular meeting.
Yeah.
And then during the regular meeting, they will also do the mid-year budget
yes.
presentation.
So there's an overlapping function where we provide a kind of a look out to the next part of the year and then kind of what we need to do to capture changes in the middle of the budget year.
So that's like 2 meetings in one night? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll have to talk about how we can make that work.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
And are we going to address the 6 o'clock thing, or?
No,
Okay.
not part of it. Thank you. Councilmember Barton?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Comments?
I will go back again to say the retreat is a 5-hour workshop locally, just for clarification, in case somebody heard that other part. And I do agree with Ms. Winholtz. I've never got a 7-week break when I was here before, but it sounds pretty good to me. I'm concerned, yes, that is a long time, but I do also recognize that we do have 21 scheduled meetings plus all of our advisory meetings, and we do have a lot of large-scale projects, but I would hope that if we had something that needed to come before us during that month, we could create a special meeting. So with that, I will move approval of C4, and I look for a second.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. So our last item, so we can go, and I'm sorry we're late. That is in part my fault, and I apologize for that. I promise I'll be a little more succinct next meeting. Council declaration of future agenda items. Anyone? Councilmember Ford?
Not at this time.
Councilmember Edwards?
Not at this time.
Councilmember Landrum?
Not at this time.
Councilmember Barton?
It's unanimous, not at this time.
Not at this time. I think we're all just getting a little rummy.
Yeah.
I'd like to, just one last time, thank all our staff and our community and our volunteers. And I'd like to also do a special thank you to Mr. Collins. He was up at 4 o'clock this morning taking a shift and did an excellent job leading our city and our staff. So thank you for that, Mr. Collins. I know you're tired. With that, I'll move for adjournment. Thank you.